every time you turn on microphone, everyone will speak.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Just there. You're gonna love I feel towards America, though. My pronouns are USA. Alright, let's go on.
Bullshit. Like audience. Stage audience.
Guys, everyone should be in the middle. It's not your only job.
Okay. There's been mild confusion as to whether or not there's a minute of prep time between each speeches. How are we feeling if we don't give you that minute of prep time and just that 2-minute prep before you walk? No prep time between speeches? Much more like a normal world version? Okay. So we'll still keep that 2-minute prep time for the reply.
There's 2 mics for each table if you want. Okay, you can pass it there.
So now doing no minute prep time. And if they keep on talking past me, it's real loud. We don't know. We don't know what to do. You can stay, if you want to walk around, like, you can sit inside, as long as, like,
How are you feeling?
you know what I'm talking about.
Let's go. Oh, that was synchronized. Great. When I was in second grade, crashing it. I was very loud. Let's go right there. That's true.
Yes, because it sounded like two crashing crashes.
We got 2 competitors and 1.
It's like that scene from Princess Diaries where she's like the top iron wife, the queen of gingerbread, how to cross her legs.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, it is 11:40. Congratulations to both teams on making it to the semifinals of the 2025 IASAS tournament. On-side proposition, I believe it's SAS, right? Just to confirm. Yep. Okay, on-side proposition, we have team SAS Blue. On-side proposition, we have ISB Black. The motion is, this House prefers that college admissions adopt test optional policies as opposed to test required. Real quick, can we make sure that both teams can see the timer?
Yeah.
And can we get a mic check on the 2 mics for the POIs?
Hi. Testing, testing. Testing.
Testing, there we go.
Okay, good?
Testing,
Okay,
testing.
awesome. All right, well, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started.
Opponents ready? Judges ready? Audience ready? When students are forced to choose between choosing a club or taking the SAT, that is when team proposition has a problem. Because here on side proposition, we choose not to define their student by super scores, and for these reasons, we've never been prouder to propose. I'm going to do 2 things in my speech. Firstly, I'm going to set up this debate for team proposition, and secondly, I'm going to deliver our 2 substantives on how the SAT and standardized tests disproportionately affect low-income students, and also how we get a better qualitative emphasis on students. Firstly then, what does test optional actually look like? We think it looks like for applicants having the choice to submit standardized scores like the SAT or ACT, and if you don't submit it, it's not going to hurt you in the college application process as it's no longer a prerequisite. But secondly, what do colleges begin to consider once we go into a test optional program? We think that colleges are going to consider quantitative aspects less because test optional educational things are now going to be secondary compared to things like your clubs, your extracurriculars, your personal statement, and your personality, and things like your curricular work and your grades, which are things you have school support for. Thirdly, then, what makes students who take standardized tests like the SAT successful? We think it looks like a lot of time. Things like drills, practice tests, or doing review vocab before your test. I'll take you in a moment. But it also looks like spending a lot of money. Because as I'm going to prove to you in our first substantive, the SAT is gameable. It looks like spending money to attend prep camps, paying for tutors, and buying things like the SAT prep books, which can sometimes cost more than the cost of taking the SAT itself. Okay, before I move on to what our burdens are, I'll take a POI.
The proposition claims that not submitting a test score won't be used against students. Is this test optional or test blind?
I think on our side of the house, we think that when students submit a test score, it is going to harm or help them. We said very clearly from setup, when they don't use a test score, it's not going to hurt them in their application. What is our burden then? I think we have to prove that the test optional system is going to be better for students and increase the quality of colleges and education and college education as a whole. What is opposition's burden? We think that they have to prove why making it mandatory would help the students who have not submitted on their side of the house. 3 substantives then on team proposition. Firstly, on how the standardized testing affect low-income students disproportionately. Secondly, on how a qualitative emphasis will increase the quality of college education. And thirdly, Reina will deliver us up about lower stress. Firstly then, on how we're better for low-income students. The premise here is that having test optional policies act as an equalizer for low-income students. So to frame, what are the characteristics of these standardized tests that require a student to be successful? We think it's a lot more than learning things like math and reading. It's specific strategies like tests like the SAT teach you to use. So being able to utilize tools like Desmos or spotting trick questions or logical fallacies, that is what leads to a high score on the SAT, which will help your college application. We think that these are strategies that you need to learn outside of a textbook. So where are individuals able to learn these strategies? We think the vast majority of individuals are solely able to learn these strategies to places like testing courses, doing things like Korean Hagwons, which literally make you grind for 6 months over summer. You're not going to be able to find it on College Board or Khan Academy for free. So what does this mean then? We think that standardized tests are gameable, and you're unable to know these strategies without external help. So how does the gameable nature of the SAT or standardized testing disproportionately affect low-income students? We think that the vast majority of low-income students lack both money and time. And although most of them are very talented, they're likely going to have to be forced to choose between clubs or extracurriculars and taking these standardized tests. But let's look at how low-income students firstly lack both money and time. We think that in terms of time, these students likely have to know thank you, pick up other jobs, help their parents with jobs, or have things like caretaking siblings or grandparents. In the vast majority of cases then, we think that low-income students are going to be forced to choose one over the other. It looks like their parents telling them to quit basketball to study for the SAT because once you have a test required, because it's a prerequisite for you to apply to college in the first place, the perception is there that it is important. Secondly then, we think that like low-income individuals simply lack the resources to pay for things like SAT prep courses, and again, they're going to be forced to choose between one or the other. Why are they likely to be forced on side opposition to give up these clubs? We think that there's a narrative that the SAT is important, which is created on side opposition, which becomes a prerequisite for admission, and thus people are going to focus more time and more money, which these low-income students do not have. What are the impacts then? We think that the fact that it's test optional then only exacerbates the spread and divide between low income and rich kids because they are able to go to prep centers, they are able to grind at Hagwon for 6 months. But why then is having standardized tests an equalizer on our side of the house? We think that low income students who do not take the SAT because they realize that they don't have the time or money to waste on this, they think that they're able to do more to what makes them shine and what makes them look more appealing to colleges. It looks like working on their talents, working on their extracurriculars like sports. We also think that a focus on GPA and AP scores is much better because you have teacher support and free tutoring like honor societies that exist in schools in status quo, so we think talented students are going to be able to access these resources. No, thank you. What happens then? Let's look at an example of what this looks like. We think that like my best friend who spent 6 weeks over the summer in a Korean SAT test camp got a 1580, but cost thousands of dollars. Personally, as privileged as I am, my parents would not shell out that kind of money, but Judge, I want you to imagine the disparity of what that looks like for low-income kids. Second substantive then on how we have greater qualitative emphasis and why that's better. But before I move on, I'll take a second POI.
If low-income students lack resources, then how can they access certain expensive extracurriculars?
Okay. We think that in the vast majority of cases, extracurriculars are usually things that are quite affordable to these individuals. It looks like, for example, joining a sport or having your school fund the cost of like buying uniforms and whatnot. We think for the vast majority of cases, joining things like chess club in your school is something that is free of charge because you're paying the school tuition and you get that free of charge. Second substantive then on how we get greater qualitative emphasis. The premise here is that we think that prioritizing the standardized test will lead to greater qualitative emphasis of an applicant, which makes it better for colleges overall. So what happens when you go test optional on our side of the house? We see that when it's text optional, it's going to be viewed as secondary. That means that colleges are naturally going to shift to things like essays, your personality, your interviews, and your extracurriculars. Essentially, everything that makes you, you. Because they cannot come up here and assert that the SAT is something that is definitive of your entire personality. So why is it more likely that having a test required method will lead to less emphasis on qualitative emphasis? So when you have an additional data point, you're obviously going to weigh the qualitative less, and the perception that the SAT is literally a prerequisite to get into these colleges exists. So why is this bad, right? We think that what happens here is that colleges are going to admit more cookie-cutter kids based on their SAT. Kids are more likely to be more homogenous and not have unique talents that define them. What are the impacts then? It looks like a lack of diversity of perspectives, a less diverse college, and more talented people getting admitted into colleges in the first place, right? For example, our debate captain from a couple years ago who went to Penn before it was test optional when it was pre-COVID, he basically tells me that everyone is the same person, which shows how test requiredness shows how cookie-cutter these people. On our side of the house, the increased emphasis on qualitative aspects ensures that people are really talented and are able to be recognized by their talent. And for all those reasons, I've never been prouder to propose.
Just to let you all know, the microphones that you're using for POIs, once you turn them on, there's a 3-second delay between turning it on and being able to speak, which I think you can kind of leave it on.
Just leave it off.
Okay.
It's ready? If your tape is ready? I got into Harvard. Okay, no, I didn't. But maybe if I donated building, then I would have had a better shot. Now, there are aspects of the college admissions programs that will never be fair. They can be manipulated, they can be exploited, and they can be cheated. But you know what's far, far harder to manipulate and exploit? Things like standardized tests, because it says it in the very name, standardized. I am so proud to oppose. Now, as the first speaker of the opposition, I'll be doing a few things. Firstly, going over 2 of our 3 substantives, which are firstly, Eden's playing field, secondly, accessibility, and thirdly, objective evaluation. However, before I get into that, I would firstly like to contest the framing and bring up a few rebuttals. On to the point of framing. The proposition assigned the burden of proof to the opposition to show that how moving away from test optional policies would somehow help kids who are already not submitting scores. We believe that this is an extremely unreasonable burden of proof, both in terms of scope and fairness. No, thank you. Because it creates a skewed paradigm for the opposition to argue under. Instead, we would like to propose that the largest stakeholder in this debate is the fate of all applicants, and if the proposition would want, and we can concede to, we can have a larger focus on low-income applicants or applicants from lower socioeconomic classes. I would also like to preliminary rebut their topic on inequality. They say that a lot of students don't have the resources for taking courses and preparation for things like the SAT and the ACT. To which we say, if they don't have the resources for that, how do they have the resources to get things like expensive tutors? How do they have the resources to compete in expensive extracurriculars as well? We believe that inequality is not something that's exclusive to our side of the house, and as I will show in my first substantive, we would actually like to propose that it's exacerbated on their side of the house. As opposed to actually having to study, no thank you, as opposed to having to study for something like the where accessibility is much, much higher. Instead, we see a lot of perks such as expensive tutors that are only and exclusively available to wealthy students. With that, before I move into my first substantive, I would like to take a POI.
Do you think that SAT makes students more stressed?
I would like to say, again, the harms of academic stress is not exclusive to the SAT. As someone currently taking the full IB diploma, I can say yes, stress does definitely exist on both sides of the house. However, with that, I would like to move into my first substantive of evens the playing field. Now, as a senior applying to universities right now, I have one singular regret: not enrolling at the age of 3 into some niche, expensive sport like pickleball or equestrian polo or rowing. The fact is, when recruited athletes, wealthy individuals, and legacy applicants are the ones who are given preferential treatment in the college application system, we see that all aspects of admissions as a whole are unfair. What does this inequality look like in the status quo? It looks like recruited athletes that come from wealthy backgrounds getting into IBs through things like really expensive sports that are inaccessible and simply unavailable to people that come from lower socioeconomic classes. Considering doing something like equestrian sport can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, that's simply not an option for them. This looks like people hiring outside consultants like Crimson Education, which charge thousands of dollars to falsify and fabricate academic and extracurricular profiles. This looks like faking activities, faking passion projects. I mean, me too, for the small price of $500,000 donated by my parents, I too can run a successful nonprofit organization. No, thank you, in a moment. This also looks like dealing off of connections and dealing off of cash, something we can see in things like the Varsity Blues scandals, in which parents paid millions of dollars to trade their way into students into IBs through backdoor connections. We see that all of these things in the status quo are largely exclusive to wealthy individuals and actively harm people from low socioeconomic classes. However, before I get into and continue on the substantive of POI,
How do legacy students decrease on your side of the house?
I'm not sure what the prevalence of seeing a decrease in legacy students have, but I think that that's quite irrelevant to this debate. All I'm doing is pointing out the inequality that currently exists in the admissions process, and I'll actually like to move on to how prioritizing and advocating for standardized testing helps reduce that inequality. We can establish on status quo the world is unfair. I think that's something both sides of the house has conceded to. But how does our side best address this inequality while the proposition fails to? On the proposition side of the house, we see another decrease in objective metrics of measurement. As a result, we shift the focus away from standardized testing and we shift it towards factors like GPA and extracurriculars. All of these things are so much easier to gain, especially in systems when things like grade inflation occurs in private schools, when ECs can be fake or exclusive to wealth, and when we see an increase on these qualitative and holistic factors, we see a decrease in focus on the things that actually low economic students can thrive in, which is academic and merit-based things. Meanwhile, on our side of the house, when we reintroduce this metric and when we popularize this metric more, we allow them to compete on the same terms as these high-wealth students. The SATs are formulaic and fair. That's what makes them standardized, because everyone around the world gets these same tests. As a result, students may not be able to compete in extracurriculars, but low economic students can definitely compete on things like SAT scores. Even if we acknowledge that cheating on things like the SATs is possible, we would like to say that it's far rarer and it's far harder to actually cheat on the SATs, to fake an ID and have your tutor go in and take it for you, than to do something like hire a tutor or outside consultant to write your essay. With that, I would like to move into my second substantive on the point of accessibility. Now, we believe that studying for the SAT and studying for the ACTs is something that is far more accessible to students who may not have the research. In the past substantive, I've already substantiated and posited how oftentimes less privileged individuals are directly discriminated against in the college admissions process. However, something that the SATs and the accessibility behind such standardized tests do is it gives them the opportunity to compete. We see that it's way easier to study for the SATs even if you do have less resources due to the abundant resources that we can find for free online. We see things in the status quo like YouTube and Khan Academy courses, and we see that there's a far larger range of applicability and affordability of help. When we see that tutors for the SAT and the SATs are largely cheaper and easier to find than, let's say, tutors for some of my classes like higher level mathematics, we can see that it's something that directly benefits students that come from low socioeconomic background. When we make this more accessible, especially when you consider that a lot of the SATs have things in place like fee waivers, we can see that we're actually giving them a better chance to compete through this accessibility. Let's look at this again. Their world versus our world. On their world, the only indicators of academic strength are things like GPA and course load. And we believe that having buffs on these, again, are very, very largely inaccessible to people from low socioeconomic backgrounds because, for example, things like high course load, like IB and AP courses, are exclusive to international schools, are exclusive to private schools, are inclusive to well-funded schools. A lot of times, a lot of people cannot afford to go to these institutions and as a result are directly harmed in the college admissions process. How do we come to this on our world? We see that things like the SATs are not exclusive to any educational system or a country. They're offered worldwide and they're offered widespread. And as a result, we see more spaces and we see more opportunities for these students to actually take the test, to do well, to prove themselves, and again, to compete on the same level. And for that reason, I am so proud to oppose.
Many times when I meet another student, one of the first things they ask me is, what are your stats? AKA, what is your SAT score? This just goes to show that the SAT has evolved to become this defining metric for students. Prop doesn't stand for people being defined by a statistic. So proud to propose. Before I move on to reconstruction and rebuttals, one clarification. What's the difference between test optional and test line? Test line means that the college doesn't look at the scores at all, whereas test optional means that if you submit, they'll consider your score, but if you don't submit, they will count it against you. So just thought I would get that out of the way. Okay, what were the two substantives that Gayatri brought out to you in first? Number one, we said that the test optional system is better for low-income students. We told you that the SAT inherently creates barriers for low-income students because number one, the SAT itself costs money. Number two, to be successful, it requires lots of money and lots of time, and low-income students are therefore inherently disadvantaged. And the test optional system, they don't have to invest in the SAT if they don't choose to do so. Okay, what did they say? They said that if they don't have resources for the SAT, how do they have the resources for everything else? Two responses here. Number one, we told you that extracurriculars, club activities, are provided by the school. I don't have to pay anything to be part of varsity basketball. I don't have to pay anything to be part of the chess club. Second, the GPA, or your school academics, so thank you, is based on school learning. I'm relying on my teacher to teach me what I know. I'm relying on my own grit and my own hard work to be able to apply that when I take a test. And it's not anything external. Whereas the SAT is completely external. It is up to the individual, it is up to their family to pay for preparation, to pay for their test prep, to pay for whatever courses they may take. And that's why the SAT is inherently unique, because not every student is made equal, every student is made to fend for themselves. Okay. Second, we told you that because the test optional system, there will be increased emphasis on qualitative metrics. This basically means there's going to be greater focus on extracurriculars, greater focus on personal statements, greater focus on our personality. Therefore, we see a more holistic student body as opposed to the cookie-cutter type of student body that we see in the status quo, and therefore there's better quality of education. Because the whole purpose of higher education is to provide a student body that is inherently diverse, can really lead to better opportunities for more discourse and better ideas. Okay, what did they say here? They said that the greater focus on GPA and extracurriculars is harmful because they're easier to gain. Judge, I can't gain my GPA. If I get an F on my math test, it's not something that I can change because my dad has money. Inherently, I have to study, I have to work hard in order to have better academics. My extracurricular achievements similarly are based on my talent and my hard work, and sure, some people are benefited while others are harmed, but we believe that low-income students do have the opportunity to showcase their talents in the arts, in sports, etc. Third of all, my personal statement is my own. It's about my own experience, and this cannot be taken away by low-income students, and we think that increased emphasis on these personal statements is actually better for these low-income students. Okay, before I move on, I'll take a POI.
Does the speaker acknowledge the significant grade inflation that occurs within private institutions?
We would say that grade inflation doesn't change on your side of the house either. Whereas SAT is a greater barrier because at least everybody in the school has the same opportunities, whereas for the SAT, they're completely on their own and have to pay for it themselves. Okay, what are the two substantives that first speaker of opposition brought to you? First of all, they told you that the SAT evens the playing field. They tell us that applicants are not made equal, that wealth makes things extremely unfair as it gives certain people privilege. Yes, we completely agree, with two responses. Number one, we would say this is symmetrical on both sides of the house. We tell you that people get in because of legacy on either side of the house, and that the SAT is simply an additional barrier. They paint the SAT out to be this thing that as long as you go on Khan Academy, as long as you search up enough YouTube tutorials, you're going to do well on. So the fact remains that the SAT has inherently specific hacks, specific tricks that you can only get access to if you have a tutor, which is why people are willing to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on hog-on on test prep. Second of all, we tell you that low-income students can choose to submit the SAT if they believe it will benefit them. No, thank you. So if they believe that these online resources like Khan Academy and YouTube are enough to give them a sufficient advantage and sufficient preparation, they can use this SAT to give them a better chance of admission because they can submit it on our side of the house. However, if the student believes that they are not super academically inclined and these test resources wouldn't be sufficient for them, they can choose not to submit it and it wouldn't be the end of the game. They would still have a fair shot. Okay, before I move on, I'll take another POI.
Can schools without significant funding offer extracurricular activities that include things like traveling overseas for debate?
Okay, we would tell you that not every single extracurricular requires traveling overseas or spending a bunch of money. There's so many schools in the US, for example, that are extremely not well funded but still have amazing extracurriculars because applicants are still able to rely on their own talent and hard work and merit. Okay. Second, they give you the stuff on accessibility. They basically said that there's abundant resources online. Judge, not everybody is smart enough to look at a Khan Academy resource and look at a YouTube resource and be able to go ace the SAT. And the fact that a lot of low-income students only have access to these resources is inherently unfair and biased because not all of them will be able to be successful. Again, the fact that people spend so much money on tutoring goes to show that the SAT is not something you can crack by simply watching YouTube videos online. Okay, now on to our third substantive on how we get lower stress for students on our side of the house. The premise of this sub is that the test optional system improves the high school experience by decreasing the stress that students and parents experience. 2 points of framing here. Number one, why is the SAT so stressful? The purpose of the SAT is to be a supposed measurement of intelligence. It's supposed to take my talent and my ability and reduce it down to a single number. So it's not like the GPA where it is a data point that is built over time, built over the course of 4 years. It is a one-shot metric. So parallel is the college entrance exam tests in Asia, such as the Gaokao. And on opposition, these standardized tests are viewed by students and by parents as extremely important because they are a prerequisite for college admission. So a huge amount of stress is placed on students to do well on the SAT. Okay, why is this so harmful? We tell you that teenagers are extremely vulnerable actors. They face immense societal and academic pressure in the status quo. And they haven't always been letting you develop effective coping mechanisms for stress because they are still developing. We tell you that in the status quo, there's a huge mental health crisis among teenagers. This looks like increased rates of depression and suicide being the leading cause of death for teenagers in the United States. So the SAT, or standardized testing, adds to this crippling stress. And how is this made better with the test optional system? We tell you that the test optional system de-emphasizes the SAT. It is no longer a prerequisite for college admissions. It's no longer the only pathway. You can get in without an amazing SAT test score, and the SAT no longer becomes a do or die situation. So this huge burden, this huge stress is taken off of a student's shoulders. So if they get a good score, great, I can choose to submit it. But if I don't get a good score, it's not the end of the world. Okay, at the same time, increased emphasis on extracurriculars, GPA, and personal statement occurs. And why is this better? Because we have more time to pursue our passions, do what we actually like, do what makes us happy, instead of spending 40 hours a week studying the SAT and taking the SAT 4 times. So we tell you, because of this, we get less stress, we get better mental health, and we're better for teenagers overall. So proud to propose.
I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. I'm not gonna lie, I bombed my SAT and my IELTS and my ACT and my GPA, so I might not be the best case study of an academically perfect student, but I know that requiring the SAT for numerous low-income students will greatly benefit them. Good morning, and on side opposition side of the House, we can strongly say that we oppose that college admissions should adopt test optional policies. Now, we provided you with 3 main substantives. Firstly, being that it evens the playing field. Secondly, that it increases accessibility. And thirdly, that I will be presenting is that it increases objective evaluation of a student. Now, before I go over our third substantive, let me provide you with a few rebuttals and address the claims brought up by side opposition. Now, they bring up and characterize you, the SAT, as something that is giveable. They say that you can get extra help and extra tutoring, specific strategies and training camps that can be provided to you for an extra cost. Now, we say that no, a lot of these benefits they see on side proposition can actually be found for free. I mean, go on YouTube right now and you'll see millions of YouTube videos going over SAT questions step by step. Not at this moment, sorry. You can also see hundreds and millions of test questions online where students can directly take tests, questions that may come up. The formulaic nature of the SAT means that all students can prepare even without a tutor. Now we see that the inequalities that they point out on side proposition still exist even if standardized testing is taken away. Why? Because students can hire people to write their essays for them. Higher income students can get tutoring for tens and hundreds of hours to increase their GPA. Now we say that this is not true, that questions on homework, not at this moment, sorry, apologies. The platform that the SAT is hosted on, past questions on previous years can be found. And we see that millions of free resources in status quo exist. We can also say that the same way side proposition characterizes GPA as being accessible through free tutoring, that same benefit, and we say that that same benefit is accessible and even more seen so for things like the SAT. This is more prevalent on our side of the house. Now, they also bring you the point of extracurriculars, how joining sports where schools fund uniforms gives students, lower income students access to extracurriculars. You can say that, they say that you can join things like chess club. And now we ask you the question, what about schools in underprivileged areas that don't have enough money for uniforms? Schools that are struggling to afford books and schools that are struggling to pay teachers. These schools don't have chess clubs because they can't afford chess sets. Now before I continue, a point of information.
If you like standardized testing so much, would you switch to a system like the Gaokao?
That's a very extreme case, and we even see, okay, so under our side of the house, we push for standardized testing in every university, right? This doesn't have to necessarily look like the Gaokao. All we want is a standardized metric that doesn't have to be as extreme or as difficult as the Gaokao. That's a very extreme example, but we're going to prove to you why we see more benefits on our side of the house in a world where standardized testing does exist. It doesn't have to be the extreme. Now, we can see that testing centers are more accessible in these regions because organizations that run standardized testing have an incentive to do so and to expand. We can also see, they bring up the point of people asking what are your statistics, asking for GPA and SAT. We can see that that stress is still existent on our side of the house, but instead of asking for SAT and GPA, the only thing they see is GPA, something which we believe and we will prove to you is not necessarily the most objective measure of a student's academic ability. Now they say that SAT is a one-shot, and we say that that's not true. It can be taken numerous times, you can do numerous practice tests, and you can prepare for months in advance. On our side of the house, we see that the benefits of status quo outweigh. Not at this moment, apologies. Now, we can also see that the stress associated with the SAT and with the standardized testing is not exclusive under our side of the house because students are stressed. And if students aren't stressing about SAT, what they're going to be stressing about is extracurriculars, what they're going to be stressing about GPA. Students are stressed no matter what, and taking away everything that stresses them isn't going to best benefit the students. How we solve this issue is we change the mindset around how students view statistics, not by taking away everything that stresses them. They also say that SAT creates barriers for low-income students. Not at this moment, apologies. They also say that SAT creates barriers for low-income students, and they tell you that SAT costs money. We can tell you that the SAT offers things like fee waivers, which will lessen these barriers. They also bring up things like SAT camps, and we said that free alternatives exist. Even if we concede this point, we see that higher-income students have advantages in every area, not just the SAT. What the SAT and other standardized tests do is that they even the playing field even more. They also say that the SAT makes every student fend for themselves. And this is exactly what we agree on and the basis for why it should be mandated for all students. Because richer and higher income students who have had their hand held in every other aspect of the college admissions program now have to fend for themselves in the testing room when they're taking these standardized tests. It forces students who have never fended for themselves to do so, putting an even playing field against lower income students. They also say that your personal statement and your extracurriculars are your own work. We say that in status quo, that is absolutely not true. Through testing, through extra help programs like Crimson Education or Athena, or all of these other programs, we see that higher income students already have advantage in things like extracurriculars and personal statements. In schools that don't have extracurriculars because they literally don't have the funding to do so, lower income students have the SAT as an alternative to prove to colleges why they are academically ready and academically fit. They say that grade inflation doesn't change on our side of the house, and we see that's true, but we counter this on our side of the house by providing SAT and other standardized testing as another metric for academic readiness. Now before I continue, yes, a point of information.
If these cheap SAT prep options, free SAT prep options are so helpful, then why do people pay thousands of dollars for SAT prep?
Because higher income students have the option of doing so, because they believe that by hiring these extra tutors, that they'll somehow help them by providing them the very same questions that are available for free. Now, it might just be personal opinion, but I think a lot of these essay tutors are inherently a scam, right? They're scamming higher income students who think that spending hundreds of hours on SAT tutoring with an SAT tutor, providing them with the very same free questions that are available, will somehow inflate their score, which is just false. Now, on the third point of objective evaluation, we can see that the majority of other countries like the UK, Australia, Germany, Thailand, and China, not at this moment, apologies, require results for some form of standardized testing, whether that be final IB results, SAT, IELTS, ACT, or various other tests, alongside the submission of GPA and a personal statement. We've already proved to you that SAT is more accessible than courses like the AP or the IB. And we can see that in lower income school districts, they lack the courses that higher income schools do. They lack courses like the IB and the AP, which are academically competitive in the college admissions program. And we can see that there's a disparity in access to course load, and implementing new courses like the AP Government or IB Geography require not just funding through textbooks and logistics, but also skilled human capital and experienced and qualified teachers to teach these classes. Now, it's much easier to implement testing centers in school districts than to implement a new curriculum. And for that reason, SAT testing is pretty much widely accessible. Now, standardized testing is the only mechanism for colleges to objectively evaluate everyone. Grading in different schools differ. We can see that an A+ at one school isn't necessarily the same thing as an A+ at another. Schools face grade inflation and grade suppression, while students have to deal with things like unfair teachers and favoritism. Grades may not necessarily be as objective as they seem. Now, in our world, we can see that schools that aren't test optional are able to get a bigger picture overview of a student. They're more holistic and more objective in the evaluation of the student because they have more than one academic readiness data point. This benefits students in low-income areas that may not necessarily have access to academically competitive resources in college admissions like the advanced placement or the IB system. SAT is not a measure of academic success or intelligence, but is definitely a partial measure of college readiness, which is why so many colleges are returning to requiring standardized testing. Now, for these reasons, because GPA inflation exists, and because students may not necessarily be shown through academic readiness through GPA, and through the permission of an additional academic data point, I am so proud to oppose.
A university to grade how great I am as a student, as an athlete, just by how many push-ups I can do, or perhaps how many lengths of a gymnasium I can run. Truly, being an athlete, just like being a student, is a combination of many different factors. On our side of the house, we're more focused on the students who would not have submitted SAT and ACT prep scores, but are now forced to do so. Why are we most concerned about these people? Because for the low-income students who would not have submitted these but are now forced to, are now run the risk of hurting their applications. For those who might and who will, we think that we can reap the benefits anyway. But today, in my speech, I'll prove that across the spectrum, why we're better for all low-income students who we deem to be the most important stakeholder. Okay then, I think the most important question for all of us today is the SAT, or is standardized testing, a greater equalizer than clubs, extracurriculars, and grades? Firstly, Firstly, when we answer this question, please note that on both sides of the house, kids will participate in clubs either way and spend their time doing this. Yes, I'll take this POL before I get into my point.
Does the speaker acknowledge that outside consultants can write an admissions essay for a client, but they cannot take their SAT test for them?
Certainly, but we'll show you why, because of the college application system that we're talking about mostly in the US, the way that they're gauged to take an applicant in account in their certain situation means that standardized testing actually goes against the ethos of American college applications, which is meant to take each student for their current situation and how well they perform in their environment. Okay then, so why are we actually more accessible for clubs, etc.? Because, we already gave you the mechanism of time, when you drill and have to practice and do all of these things, whereas low-income students are already incredibly pressed for time. Either they have to work to support their family, take care of other dependents of the family, or are working on sports and dedicating their time, which is symmetrical on both sides of the house. SAT prep, when it comes to getting those marginal few points that might get you over the boundary, such as from a 1530 to a 1550, takes consistent practice over long periods of time. And that is what we want to avoid. It also pertains to more money. We've had this debate on whether or not it was more accessible in terms of finances, so let's go over a few things. Let's first rule out the extremes, right? When we have students who are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to fund an NGO, of course the college application system is going to know that it was false and that the student comes from a wealthy background, right? We have students in our school, in fact, I have one in my class right now, who paid to go to the ECOSOC conference in New York. But obviously, as an admissions officer, I'm not going to take that as heavily as perhaps a low-income student who worked hard to do well to make their school newspaper a citywide publication. Additionally, ECs are school-sponsored. Our first speaker already told you about this, right? When you have school basketball, school newspapers, these are things where the cost is already covered. They tell you on their side of the house that they have, in these situations, it's far easier to get a tutor and that it will exacerbate these differences. But if we look at the fact that so many brilliant writers, so many of the best basketball players come from low-income backgrounds, it shows that many of these sports and activities are actually far more meritocratic than standardized testing, especially when the margins often come down to the cost of thousands of dollars in these workshops. Lastly, schools that are doing these admissions often also take into account students' situations when dealing with applications. Yes, IASAS in a moment. Yes, IASAS is expensive, but it can be weighed the same as another inter-school competition, and it's probably less impressive than national level competitions, such as the National History Day competition, which is free of charge to participate and often covered by schools, because they know that we are wealthy students. So, in sum, what does this actually mean? It means that in an American admission system that takes into account each student in their given situation, having standardized testing goes against this ethos and creates an unjust and undeserved advantage for high-income students while sidelining those who are of a low income. If we think just practically, regardless of your income, for most students, do you think that they're better express their brilliance and talents through a test score or through, say, a basketball game or a piece of writing or their dedication to the school newspaper? I'll take that point of information now.
Seeing the disproportionate amount of high-income students who are in exclusive schools, can admissions officers really tell when an extracurricular is faked?
Of course, because part of the admissions process is reporting how much finances your parents own, it's reporting which district you come in, it's reporting your ethnic group and your race. It's part, and in fact, the whole point of the personal statement is to get an idea of your situation and how many people you have to take care of, etc., when you're applying. Schools are gauged in order to take all of those aspects into consideration, but all of that is flattened when we have standardized testing that fails to show all these nuances of students. Lastly, on alternatives for testing, they say that free alternatives are far more accessible for standardized testing. But we think that if they do, then people who spend this much money, even if they only think that it'll help them, has shown that these camps are actually helpful, and therefore it creates this additional barrier for higher income students to then be able to get across, while low income students are forced to compete on grounds that they cannot. Okay then, so why are classes such as AP and IB far more accessible than certain standardized testing? One, we think that the time is highly structured, which means that the time is already given to you and it's not something that you have to draw out of outside time, take away from clubs, etc. to focus on standardized testing. Additionally, the school provides those resources. So yes, of course, schools that are wealthier will be able to provide more resources. However, those are also, again, taken into account in the college admissions program, as opposed to standardized testing where it shifts emphasis away from your personality and more onto the quantitative numbers that define you, and thus focus on areas where your nuance and your individuality cannot account for certain shortcomings. I'll take that POI now.
Can the proposition please provide a financial mechanism for how low-income students in schools can realistically engage in accessing the same extracurricular activities as wealthy ones?
So obviously, they're not going to have the same kind of selection of these extracurriculars. I don't think we're saying that they are. We're saying that when they have these selections of extracurriculars and when students participate in them, their efforts and their brilliance is far better measured by the number of hours that they dedicate to a certain extracurricular and the effects that that has on their community, as opposed to a standardized test. And that is what we're focused on. Okay, then lastly, on stress of the students. We think that because focus away from standardized testing draws away focus into your curricular performance as well as your extracurriculars, it does twofold. It ensures that because this is focused over time, it's not as if you have to dedicate all this effort into one shot and you might not be able to afford that second SAT. So what happens then is students are able to distribute their stress and focus effort over long periods of time, additionally into situations and certain activities that they're far more passionate about, as opposed to just standardized testing. So in all, because we're far better for the low-income student who would not have submitted their tests in the first place, who can now focus on the clubs and extracurriculars and focus on the things that benefit them the most, we are so, so proud to propose.
I'm going to begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. There are students who are far smarter than me, and yet I have the privileged opportunity to come to an event like IASAS Debate and Forensics when several students out there cannot because they don't have the resources within their school to access that. In today's debate, as the opposition whip, I will be doing 3 key things within my speech. Firstly, I'll be going over some key rebuttals against side proposition's case. Secondly, I'll be going over some key clashes within today's debate. Thirdly, I'll be doing a brief summary of my team's case and linking it all together. So I'm going to start off with some key rebuttals against side proposition's case. They mentioned that the students must pay for the SAT within their second speaker's speech. However, my first speaker covered this earlier in her speech by saying that they can do fee waivers instead. The second piece of rebuttal that I'm going to get onto is how the mental health of students are affected by standardized testing is the point that they brought up on their side of the house. However, we tell you that this is not mutually exclusive. Students are bound to experience stress and are bound to experience strains like this no matter what, because that's what the education system does. That's what the tests that they do, and that's what they do. And as a result, what we say is we don't want to take away standardized testing simply because of the stress, but we'd rather that they learn how to cope with the stress of taking this standardized testing so that they can be more prepared for college. The third thing that I'd like to talk about is the strong point that they brought up regarding the gamified nature of the SAT. And we can say that this point actually works in benefit of side opposition because it's a good thing. It's a good thing for low-income students because now it's no longer just a test of intelligence. Instead, it's a test of practice. If you can do enough practice SAT questions, if you get enough practice and a format of what it looks like, then you are more likely to do better. Yes.
Please tell me how a low-income student who has to take care of his grandfather for 8 hours a day is able to find time to now study for the SAT and meet all his academic and extracurricular obligations.
Thank you for that POI. And yes, we do believe that there is a burden of having the time to invest and practice with the SAT, but the burden on their side of the house is much worse because now low-income students have to find extracurriculars that pit them up to the same level of competition as those that are more privileged. Now they have to go find extracurriculars that can get them into these colleges and can make them competitive. When high privileged students can already have access to different extracurricular activities, like horse riding, for example, like ice skating. These are all activities that can be exclusive and can get people into things like sports recruiting, for example. Okay, I've gone through my rebuttals. I'm now going to start working on my team's clash points. I have 2 clash points today. I'm going to start with my first one. My first one is which side is able to allow for a better evaluation of students as a whole. On side proposition, within their case, they brought up how with test optional, we are now going to focus more on the students' extracurriculars. And they said that the SAT is going to be less accessible than that of extracurriculars as a result. However, we say that when we prioritize extracurricular activities, then we actually end up harming low-income students even further. This links in with our utilitarianistic measure. We say that this ends up harming low-income students worse because now they have to find extracurricular activities that can make them stand out. And it's really hard to find those activities when you don't go to a school that can do those activities as a result. It's really hard for colleges to really compare you to another student, a privileged student who is able to access that. Because yes, sure, you may be smart, but you don't have the activities that can back you up against that. Colleges can say, okay, I understand the situation you're going through, but they can't really assess you on a proper and qualitative scale because of that. And that is what we say is not a fair evaluation within today's debate. What we see that's exclusive to our side of the result is you can't fake standardized testing. That's a really key point, because when you're in the test room, you don't have your tutor next to you who can tell you, oh, you must take option A, option B. You instead have to do it yourself. It's on your own decision making, and it's within your hands to make sure that you can do it. This is what's extremely crucial for low-income students, and this is not a structural barrier on our side of the house. I'll take your POI in a bit, but thank you. So on our side of the house, what we see instead is low-income students are actually able to compete on the same level of ground as that of their peers who are from more high-income families. This was mentioned within the substantive that's been brought up throughout my team's bench. So since you can't fake SAT results, then it's actually much on their side of the house. If we look at the comparative world, we see that on their side of the house, students have to prioritize extracurriculars, writing their essays. But when we see this, we actually see that it harms low-income students even further, because now high-income students can actually get tutors, they can actually get agencies like Crimson Education. Crimson Education and these agencies can write these applications for them, can make them seem quirky, can make them seem like they are people who genuinely are passionate about these things. When in reality, what we want to see is we want to see students competing on a fair ground, students competing on ability. This, I say, we win on this clash. We'd say that as a result, how can we see and assess if students are genuinely smart if they don't use standardized testing? The SAT not only shows us intelligence, or the standardized testing system not only shows us intelligence, but as a result, it also shows us the hard work that can be put into a specific exam where everyone is on the same playing ground, and to see who performs when they're on that same playing ground. Yes.
You see that everyone is on the same playground, but you also know that you can take the SAT multiple times if you pay more.
Thank you for that POI, but we believe that there's a 3-month duration within the SAT to take it, and at the same time, if you take the SAT like 12 times, then colleges start to get really suspicious. We see that this directly addresses their point. I'm going to quickly get on to my second clash point. Which side is more accessible for the students, both the low-income students and the high-income students? On their side of the house, on side proposition, they talked about GPA, course load, and extracurriculars. However, we pose the question, what if you are a low-income student who goes to a school that doesn't have high coursework, that doesn't have course load like the APs, or doesn't have things like the IB? How can you compete with that? You may be really smart, but you don't have a way of showing it to colleges. With the SAT, if there's a low-income student who is in this situation, they can go and get a really good score, and colleges can see, okay, this person can actually perform really well on this standardized test. If they can perform really well on the standardized test, then the reason that they weren't able to do things like the AP and IBs because their school didn't give them that opportunity. Now we see it on a more fair and holistic way of evaluation for the students, which directly benefits low-income students within this situation. And even if they argue that high-income families can get better scores, they go to things like Hog1, we say, okay, that's great for the high-income families, but what we're trying to achieve in this debate is we're trying to push the low-income families we're trying to push the low-income students up even further so that they're on the same par, so that they can compete on the same playing field as these other students. So within the last minute of my speech, I'm going to do a brief summary of my team's case. Today we mentioned 3 key points on side opposition. We brought up this idea of the even playing field, which was mentioned by my team's first speaker. We talked about how it allows students the same way of being able to exercise the knowledge that they have regardless of their current situation. We talked about accessibility. We talked about being able to access things at Khan Academy, being able to do that repetitive practice over and over in order to make sure that it's not just about intelligence, it's about the hard work you put in as well. We talked about objective evaluation. I elaborated this a lot within my 2 clash points today. Most of all, I asked you the most important question: which side is able to better benefit the students? Which side is able to better benefit the students on both sides of the house? Today, we see it as being side opposition. I've never been prouder to oppose. Thank you.
There will now be 2 minutes of prep for the reply speeches.
I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. A lot has been said in today's debate, but one thing I want to make abundantly clear is that economic and educational disparities exist in status quo. The difference between side proposition and side opposition is that side opposition truly believes and has substantiated that implementing mandatory standardized testing will degrade and remove some of these barriers. Good morning, and today in my reply speech, I'll be going over 2 questions and summarizing the debate and proving to you why side opposition undoubtedly takes today's debate. Now, on the first question of which side of the house gives a better characterization of schooling. Now, we're going to do a comparison of their world versus our world. In their speech, they bring to you both sides of the house can agree that inequality is prevalent and inequality exists. But what differs is that side proposition brings you that inequality is exacerbated through mandatory testing, something that we on side opposition deny. All schools are able to, they say and tell you that all schools are able to provide students with extracurriculars, and they tell you that even if they aren't, colleges are aware of this. We say that that's not true. That this is evident by the number of high-income students in these top schools with falsified extracurriculars. They've given you this false, overly rosy characteristic of what education system looks like. And I understand that all of us go into an international school, I'm highly privileged. It's easy to believe and say that all schools are able to provide extracurriculars to students. It's easy to say that, but the reality is, in the majority of schools, these opportunities are not available. Now, under our side of the house, we see that schools are struggling to find money to buy books. They're not going to be able to buy basketball uniforms or even have a basketball team. So the inequalities that are prevalent today are going to be exacerbated in a world where a higher focus is placed on things like extracurriculars and personal statements, which can easily be outsourced and easily be falsified. The SAT is much more accessible comparative to a world where an emphasis is put on extracurriculars and essays, which might not necessarily be reflective of a student's actual ability. Now, we tell you on the question of which side of the house gives a better characterization of schooling, we tell you that because of the substantive that we provided, because of the characteristics that we've shown you, because we proved to you that lower income students in lower income schools cannot access the opportunities that side proposition brings, we bring the question on which side of the house gives you a better characterization of schooling. Now, side proposition also brings you no engagement on the role of consultants in college admissions, showing a high level of disparity between higher and lower income students. We also tell you that there's an ability to falsify extracurriculars and write their essays for you. This is not a fringe case, this is quite common, and without standardized testing, these disparities are exacerbated. Under side opposition, we argued under the terms of provided by side proposition as well. They didn't engage with us on scope, didn't contest the scope that we provided on the alternative stakeholder until third speaker, which we believe is far too little and far too late. The scope of all people in admissions with a focus on low-income students. Now, on the question of which side of the house best benefits low-income students and college admissions as a whole, we can see that the benefits pointed out on side opposition, the benefits of evens the playing field, accessibility, and objective evaluation only exist when all students are forced to be under mandatory testing and all students are held to the same standard. This especially is true for high-income students who have had their hand held in every process of the every step of the admissions process. When they're forced to fend for themselves, when they're forced to be put at the same standard as lower-income students in the testing room, that is where we see that the benefits of side opposition are most prevalent, when all students are held to the same standard and when all students are forced to partake in mandatory testing. Now, we've seen that side proposition has offered no mechanism for how low-income students can actually access these extracurriculars and how they want to place more emphasis on ECs and essays while giving us no mechanism for how this is actually plausible for lower-income students who don't have access to the same resource as higher-income students do. Now, to give a summary, for the substantives of evens the playing field, accessibility, and objective evaluation, all of these benefits that are exclusive to side opposition in a world where everyone is placed under the same standardized testing conditions, these are the worlds where we see the greatest benefits for lower income students and for education as a whole. For those reasons, I'm so proud to oppose.
Opponents ready? Judges ready? Audience ready? Okay. College admissions is not perfect. Legacy kids still pay thousands of dollars. Crimson education still exists on both sides. The cheaters who do some Operation Varsity Blues type of thing when people fake their IDs to take the SAT still exists. So proud to propose. I'm going to do a couple things in this speech. First, I'm going to make our stance really clear and what we're actually defending that we've told you down the bench. Point out a couple tensions in their case that we called out when we POI'd them. And lastly, talk about the two clashes on accessibility and equality. First then, on what our stance really is. I want to note that high-income students will do crimson education, will lie on their essays or do applications, which firstly we think is a very small minority anyways, will pay thousands of dollars for SAT prep and COG 1. We think they are not important in today's debate because they are symmetrical on both sides of the house. So what does the debate focus on then? We tell you then that the debate focuses on low-income students, and thus the winner of this debate will tell you who benefits more. So what did we tell you on our side of that house? We told you that we uniquely allow students to gauge their situation and take a standardized test if they want to. So that low-income student who doesn't have the time and money that I mapped out to you in first speaker, who has to spend time to take care of their grandparent, doesn't have to take the SAT and will have no harm on their college application. So, moving on then, if low-income students believe that they're academically able and they want to take the SAT, they can. Let me point out a couple of tensions in their case that we POI'd. 3 tensions here. Firstly, we asked them if they like SAT testing so much, why don't they move to straight up Gaokao, which is just a full standardized test, to get into Chinese colleges. So we think that it's quite a strategic mistake for them to say that they wouldn't, because they think somehow there's some, it was basically a non-response. But we tell you then that they can see that a holistic evaluation is important at the point at which they tell you that they don't want to move to a full Gaokao system because they don't think that standardized testing should be the sole indicator of an individual's ability. And thus they concede to all of our benefits that I mapped out to you in first of how we proportionally affect low-income students and have a better qualitative emphasis, which makes colleges more diverse. Second thing, they come up here and say that SAT is an equalizer, but opposition 2 claims that you're able to take it multiple times. First off, I don't see how that works for low-income backgrounds. We literally met to you in first why low-income backgrounds don't have the money to be able to take the SAT 12 times like many of the rich kids or even myself are able to. Thirdly, then, they say that SAT is something you can ace with free resources, so then we ask them why do people spend thousands of dollars on Hagwons or college prep program. We tell you then that, again, it was a non-response. It basically shows that they can see that the SAT is something that can be gained, is something that you need to pay money to actually succeed for, and thus their metric of SAT being some kind of saving life for low-income students basically falls because low-income students aren't able to access these resources. 2 clashes then on accessibility and equality. First, on accessibility. The question here is, are our alternatives on-team proposition accessible? So what do they tell you then? They say that extracurriculars are basically not available to these low-income students. What did we tell you from first in my POI response when they asked us about ECs? We told you then that firstly, the school is able to provide. Let's look at college sport recruiting. We see that people who come from the depths of poverty, like LeBron James, literally got recruited by the NBA and from the University of Ohio. So we proved to you then that colleges are actively seeking out individuals who have talent. Most of them can be from low-income situations. But secondly, even if the school doesn't provide, the student is able to take the SAT if they feel extracurriculars is not a best reflection of their academic prowess. They're still able to sign up for it. And okay, moving on then to our second clash quickly on equality. They told you that standardized testing puts everyone on the same playing field. But we tell you, and they say that's far harder to place standardized testing than extracurriculars. We tell you then that because colleges are able to take student backgrounds into account, clubs and extracurriculars, it's going to be weighed depending on the background, but their focus on standardized testing flatters students. So wealthier students are able to get the upper hand while low-income students risk hurting a great application simply because we don't test well. We're not defining students by statistics on team proposition, and for these reasons, I've never been prouder to propose. Thank you, judges. Thank you, audience.
Teams and judges and anyone who wants to hear the result for this round, we're going to move into the music room so that we can start extend closer to on time. Hey, you can give me back. That's where we're going to move you.
Is it exciting starting in 5, Chase? 5 minutes or so?
Yeah, very soon.
Okay. sit here, this is going to be IFP. Yeah, good call, Carolyn, good call.
So are judges ready? Are judges ready? Okay, just let us know when you're ready. Everybody's good? Okay, go ahead.
The next speaker is Hader, and the question is, has Modi outstayed his welcome? Again, the question is, has Modi outstayed his welcome?
Am I audible to everyone? Yeah. Judges ready? I'm ready. Okay. A king is only a king because he has subjects. This is a proverb originating from the country of Somalia, but it can be applied to any democracy in the world. A democratically elected leader is only a leader because the people like him. Now, one place it can especially be applied to is the largest democracy in the world, India. In the last year, Narendra Modi has secured his third term as leader of India, his third 5-year term, and by the end of it, he'll presumably lead the country for 15 years. So this begs the question, has Modi outstayed his welcome of leader of the world's most populated country? And to that, I must answer, yes, he has outstayed his welcome for the 3 reasons of his diminishing popularity, his blatant racism, and his ever-changing relations with the United States of America. So my first point of his diminishing popularity. Modi is now entering his third term as leader of India, but this term differs greatly from his first 2 terms. According to Al Jazeera, on December the 14th, in Modi's first 2 terms, he won the leadership with an outright majority from the people. But in his third term, he had to rely on a coalition. He was not able to secure an outright majority, and he had to form a coalition government to secure his leadership. Then this, in and of itself, just shows that Modi's popularity is waning. He is losing power within the people of India, and they want someone new. According to Hindustan Times on June 8th, his popularity is waning, and younger liberal candidates are the people that are wanted as leaders of India, such as Rahul Gandhi of the Congress. Furthermore, let's think about what a coalition government is and what it does. Absolutely nothing. If a leader is forced to work with other people on opposite ends of the political spectrum, which is exactly what Narendra Modi is doing, they are unable to make policy decisions that will effectively help the country grow. India is right now the fastest growing economy in the world. But if their leadership is forced to work with people on opposite sides of the political spectrum, this is incredibly likely to change. In his first 2 terms, Modi was able to find this crazy success because of his absolute power over the government. But now this has changed, and as in Modi's 5-year term, in this 5-year term, he will slowly be able to execute less effective policies. It will slowly cause even more people, on top of the people that already didn't vote for him, cause even more people to not vote for him. Now, on to my second point of his blatant racism. According to the New York Times, on the 13th of January, there are 200 million Muslims living in India. And this is a minority. 200 million Muslims. This is enough people to be the 6th largest country in the world, and 200 million of these people live in the country of India. Now, most of us would expect, if we were a leader, and there are 200 million of these people living in India, we would not insult them, right? That's exactly what Narendra Modi has done time and time again. According to the New York Times, Modi has called Muslims quote-unquote infiltrators. Modi has called 200 million of his citizens infiltrators to his country, and he believes they slow down his economy. Now, what is he doing? This doesn't make any sense. Furthermore, this blatant Islamophobia is also present in Modi's policies that he propagated. For example, as CNN said, he removed Jammu and Kashmir as a semi-autonomous state and integrated it fully into the country of India. Before, Jammu and Kashmir had relatively different policies, especially regarding citizenship laws, but now Modi has changed that and forced the majority of Muslims in that country to adhere to the racist policies that much of the rest of India falls under. Now, this does two things. First of all, why would the 200 million Muslims in India vote for Modi if he despises them so much? And furthermore, the liberal, younger people of India do not want to vote for a leader like this, a leader who exploits 200 million of these people. And as these younger people slowly get to the voting age, this will only cause less and less people to enjoy Modi's racist policies, and this will only cause Modi to lose popularity. Now, on to my third and final point, the ever-changing relations with the United States. According to CNN, on June 8th of 2024, quote-unquote, Modi's relations with Washington helped burnish Modi's profile as a power player. Modi relied on the United States to become such an effective leader, but this was under Joe Biden. And now we have someone else sitting in the White House, President Donald Trump. And let's all remember what Donald Trump has been doing with his allies. He's been losing them left, right, and center. Whether that be the European Union, Canada, or Mexico, we can see that Trump has no care in the world for all of the allies that his predecessors did so good in creating, and this will effectively destroy Modi's relationship with the United States. The US and India had a very beneficial relationship with each other, and this could be one of the primary reasons that India was able to find such success under Modi's term, but under Trump, he will not be able to do the same. Modi can't rely on the United States anymore, and this will effectively cause him to not be able to execute the same policies that he was able to do under Biden. He will not be able to hold on to his success, and therefore that will cause him to make his policies less effective, and therefore cause the Indian people to dislike him more. Furthermore, according to the BBC on June 8th, Trump's policies against his allies are also allowing other powers in the world, such as China, to grow. And India, well, they share a border with China. So, if China's power grows, as well as India's power loses, China will effectively be the leader of the world, and India will be stuck behind. India will not be able to compete with the success of China, and this will be reflected as voters of India go to the ballots and see a leader who has not been able to get the same success as he was able to earlier. So, to conclude, while a king is only a king because he has a subject, Modi is slowly losing his subjects, and therefore he will not be able to stay the king of India. Because voters don't like his blatant racism, he is effectively losing popularity every single day, and as the United States and Donald Trump slowly lose their ally, which Modi relied on so much, Modi will not be able to stay in power, and he has outstayed his welcome as leader of India. Thank you.
Time?
6:42. 6 minutes and 42 seconds.
Hey guys, if I could have your attention just for a second. The kind of spirit of ISB is that, especially for the finalists, all the schools come in, all the students are here, right, to celebrate and support the finalists. And I say that as a representative of ISB, and there's like 3 of our kids here. So if you could help spread the word that all the kids are here for the finals, that would be cool. Thank you. Unless you're doing a final yourself.
The next speaker is Kavisha, and the question is, will the Russo-Ukrainian war end in 2025? Again, the question is, will the Russo-Ukrainian war end in 2025?
Am I audible to everyone in the room? Judges ready? When I was in 3rd grade, I unfortunately had developed an enemy within someone who used to be my friend. She would bully me, spread rumors about me, and try to sabotage me at every single turn. And so I decided to do what every immature child does and retaliate in the exact same way. This fight between us continued on for years. However, it came to a point where I couldn't handle it anymore. I wanted to do everything in my power to end it. Unfortunately, my friend refused to budge. To this date, we still hate each other. Now, I believe that this is something that can be applied to what is going on between Russia and Ukraine. The Russia-Ukrainian war has been going on since 2022, ever since Russian troops invaded Ukraine in order to gain control of the country. Since then, Ukraine itself and most of the world have tried everything in their power to end this war. Yet, 3 years later, it still continues. So when asked the question whether or not the Russian-Ukrainian war will finally end 3 years later in 2025, unfortunately, my answer is no. No, because of Russia's refusal to back down. No, because of the escalating violence within this war. And no, because of international interference. My first point is Russia's refusal to back down. Al Jazeera reported on 10th of February 2025 that Russian President Vladimir Putin rejected the idea that a deferral in Ukraine's membership of NATO would be satisfactory in order to actually end this war. This war was initially ignited because Ukraine was potentially about to join NATO. Yet, Russia is now refusing to back down despite this agreement that Ukraine will not join NATO, showing that this war might not actually end, that Russia just wouldn't accept any negotiation. Furthermore, BBC reported on the 31st of January 2025 that Putin would not back down and will only accept if Russia gets to effectively keep Ukrainian territory that is currently controlled by their troops. Clearly, Ukraine does not want this. Ukraine does not want Russia to have control of its country. And since Ukraine does not want to back down, Russia won't back down either. Furthermore, The Guardian reported on 13th of January 2025 that Ukraine stressed that any peace deal must involve nullifying Russian annexation of Ukraine territory. However, Zelensky, Ukraine's president, has recently said that the only way that this war will end is if Ukraine joins NATO. However, Russia refuses to accept Ukraine's joining of NATO, clearly showing that the Russian-Ukrainian war might not end because both countries simply don't want to back down from what they want. My second point is the very blatant escalating of violence 3 years later. On 31st of December 2024, Reuters reported that Russia launched a heavy aerial attack on Ukraine, hitting their capital, Kyiv. 3 years later, Russia is still escalating this violence. Russia is still committing aerial attacks. In fact, Ukraine's Air Force had to down 6 out of 21 of these Russian missiles, clearly showing that the violence is escalating. It has not backed down despite it being 2025, 3 years later after the war first started. BBC reported on 1st of January 2025 that Russia used 40 drones to attack Ukraine, and the air defense of Ukrainian units shot down 16, and 24 failed to reach their targets. In fact, CNN also reported on the 21st of January 2025 that Ukraine's Air Force reported ballistic missile threats at 3 a.m. in the morning, with 2 explosions being heard in Kyiv just minutes later. All of this happened within the span of 3 days. The violence has not stopped. It is still going on. It has been 3 years later, and yet both Ukraine and Russia refuse to back down until they get what they want. This escalating violence just shows that the war is not hindering. It will continue on, and there is no hope for it to end in 2025. Now my last point, and the most important one, is the international interference in this war. The Guardian reported on 3rd of March 2025 that several European countries, like France and Germany, have called for peace talks between Russia and Ukraine for the past 3 years, and have also been providing Ukraine with aid in order to help them against these invading troops. However, with the recent events in the States, Trump has blamed Ukraine for the invasion of Russia, calling Zelensky a dictator without elections, as reported by New York Times on the 25th of February of 2025. All these European countries that are clearly able to understand what is going on in Russia and Ukraine due to their close territory are very clearly on Ukraine's side. They are willing to help Ukraine. They're willing to exacerbate these peaceful negotiations. However, Trump in the States is outright blaming Ukraine. He's outright providing support to Russia, and he's refusing to help them come to a peaceful negotiation, instead helping exacerbate this conflict between the two. CNN reported on 26th of February 2025 that Trump and the US voted against a resolution at the UN General Assembly that condemned Russian aggression and called for withdrawal of Russian invading troops. By voting against this resolution, Trump provides support to Putin and Russia. When Putin and Russia gets the support from Trump, they clearly know that they have the power to continue this war with Ukraine. They clearly know that they have the power to invade Ukraine and take over their territory. Instead of helping peaceful negotiations, Trump and the US are exacerbating the conflict between these two. This clearly shows that international interference might actually not help with the ending of this war. As shown through my 3 points, Russia's refusal to back down, the escalating violence, and most importantly, the international interference, the Russia-Ukrainian war might not end in 2025. Thank you.
The time is 7:09.
The next speaker is Arad, and the question is, can the recent COP29 conference be considered a failure? Again, the question is, can the recent COP29 conference be considered a failure?
Judges ready? Sound ready? As a freshman and sophomore, I lacked academic excellence. I failed tests, especially in chemistry and math. I wasn't the strongest student. But in my freshman and sophomore years, I did have help to seek. And this was in the form of juniors and seniors who were part of the National Honor Society, a group of academically excellent students who were able to help the freshmen and sophomores in the trenches like I was. You see, they enlightened me, and my grades did go up. But the tale of COP29 is similar, with a different ending. With COP29 aiming to help developing countries cut their emissions, it has proven to be a failure, because the results have just not been there. You see, COP29 conference was held in November of last year in Baku, Azerbaijan, an oil and gas exporting state. With the Paris Climate Agreement being signed a decade ago, a decade now on from that, the results just haven't been there. With this year being on track for being the hottest year on record, and with levels of planet heating pollution being at all-time high, climate change has just not been able to take place. And so, for three key reasons, I say the recent COP29 conference has been a failure. Firstly, because the climate finance deal was ineffective. Second, because of the location of the conference. And third, because of Trump's incoming and now current presidency. To my first point, I say, yes, the COP29 conference is a failure because of its ineffective climate finance deal. In an article posted by the CNN on November 25th of last year, it says that developing countries had called the finance deal an insult, a joke, and a betrayal. Additionally, climate change groups have said that it was simply a band-aid to a bullet wound. A band-aid which should not be able to stop the gushing of blood coming out of the wound. In this case, the effects of climate change and pollution we see today. In addition, according to a BBC article posted on November 24th of last year, it said that developing countries had complained that the $300 billion a year would not be effective in cutting climate emissions. In fact, India's delegation to COP29 had said that it was a, quote, paltry sum. He added that, and told other delegates that it was that the climate deal was a little more than an optical illusion, and will not address the wealthier nations' help to cut emissions in the end. You see, in today's world, LEDCs, or developing countries, contribute to over 75% of the global emissions. If the developed world is unable to help the developing countries cut their emissions, then climate change will just be ineffective at the end of the day, and climate change will continue to take place without change to the climate change ever being there. Therefore, with the ineffectiveness of this climate deal to help developing nations cut emissions, the COP29 conference is a failure. To my second point, I say yes. The recent COP29 conference is a failure because of its location to be in Azerbaijan. You may ask, why is Azerbaijan, an authoritarian state, an economy built on the exports of oil and gas, hosting this conference in the first place? Well, according to a CNN article posted on November 25th of last year, it said that Russia had ensured that Azerbaijan would host the conference because it vetoed almost every other European nation's bid to host the conference in the first place. Because it wanted an oil and gas exporting state to host the conference, because Russia wanted the conference to be a failure. But it's not just Russia who tailor their moves in order for Azerbaijan to host the conference. It is also Azerbaijani's presidency's rhetoric that proves that Azerbaijan is not invested in wanting to change how climate change has been progressing over the years. According to the Azerbaijani president Ilham Aliyev, in an article posted by the BBC on November 24th of last year, it says that he had called oil and gas, quote, a gift from God. Azerbaijan follows Egypt and UAE in the third consecutive year to be the third authoritarian state to host the COP29 conference. If non-democratic states are going to host the conference, If oil and gas-rich exporting states are going to host a conference, then how can change ever take place? We need the people's voices to be heard, and this can only be done in democratic states. We need the voices to be heard of the states which are committing to change their economies, but those will not be present in oil and gas exporting states. And therefore, due to the location of the conference being in Baku, Azerbaijan, I say, yes, the COP29 conference was a failure. Now, moving on to my third point, I say the COP29 conference was a failure because of Trump's incoming and now current presidency. But you may ask, back in November of 2024, Trump wasn't even in the White House. But we had already started seeing the effects of his rhetoric in global affairs, whether it be in the Ukraine-Russia war, in the Israel-Gaza conflict, but also in the COP29 conference. In fact, in a BBC article on November 24th of last year, it had said that delegations were already wary of Trump's attempts to upend negotiations at the conference. In addition, according to a visiting senior fellow of the think tank ODI Global, Michael Jacobs, had said that, quote, no one thinks Trump in the White House will be anything but damaging to the multilateral climate regime. Therefore, everyone thinks that Trump will be detrimental to the negotiations, but it's not just rhetoric that proved this. In fact, delegations at the conference themselves were forced to water down agreements in order for the Trump presidency to continue on with the agreements that they had made on that day. Therefore, the climate finance deal that I mentioned in the first point was also not effective as it could be, and Trump's presidency proved to be wary for the delegations at the conference to achieve the goals that they so wanted to achieve. In addition, Senators Sheldon Whitehouse and Ed Markey, in an article posted by DevX on November 18, had said that, beginning January, the US government would effectively begin defecting from these climate agreements. Therefore, Trump's current presidency will prove ineffective to the COP29 conference, and therefore I say it is a failure. Now, today I stand here as a senior, and I was enlightened by the NHS back in my freshman and sophomore years. But it's not just that. Today I stand as, happily, the vice president of the NHS. You see, COP29 could have proven to be a growing area for developing countries to be leaders of the world, like I am the leader of NHS today. But that simply hasn't taken place. And therefore, for my three reasons of first, the climate finance deal being effective, second, the location of the conference being in an authoritarian state, and third, because of Trump's incoming and detrimental presidency, the COP29 conference is a failure. Thank you.
The next speaker is Noah, and the question is, can South Korea restore stability and public trust in the near future? Again, the question is, can South Korea restore stability and public trust in the near future?
Can judges hear me okay? If everyone's ready, I can begin. Up, up? Louder. Louder? Okay. I'm no relationship expert, but every time I've tried talking to a girl, when I'm nervous, it always seems like I get rejected. So, from my past efforts, I've realized that being scared does ruin everything. But it's natural for us to be scared. There's external components that make us scared through all aspects of life. People are scared when they give a speech, so they mess up. Or for example, the South Korean government and the South Korean people are scared because the current outcomes and situations of the South Korean region and the South Korean country. So when asked the question today, can South Korea restore stability and public trust in the near future? My answer is sadly no, because of three key reasons. First, the political turmoil that South Korea faces. Second, the increased threats of North Korea. And lastly, the lack of allied commitment from foreign countries, which all combine to make South Koreans more scared, making it harder for stability and public trust to occur. On my first point of increased political turmoil, as a president, you're the most powerful person in a country. So it should go without saying that you should be a good role model and you should be a good leader. So what happens when your president doesn't lead? It leads to political turmoil. And that's what CNN in 2024 finds is what's happening in South Korea right now. As we can see that the president, Yoon Suk-yeol, got previously impeached and because of the martial laws that he has imposed on South Korea. This had rippling effects across all of South Korea, and especially in their economy, where we have seen that there's been a decrease in foreign investment and a decrease in foreign trade. That's bad for every country, but it's specifically bad for South Korea because of how dependent they are on foreign economic influences. Because of this, we can see that South Korea is going to go into a state of economic instability and economic uncertainty. This will only make the people of South Korea more scared in the future, making them make drastic actions, making them make drastic solutions that may not be particularly effective if they want to have stability, if they want to have public trust in the future. For these reasons, for the political turmoil causing economic influences, causing economic damages, we can see that stability is not going to happen in the near future for South Korea. But there's also another reason. North Korea and their increasing threats. Obviously, North Korea has never been the most friendly neighbor to South Korea. But we can see that for a moment in time, it almost felt like peace was going to happen. They were joining Olympic matches, they were having friendly soccer games with each other. But as foreign policy finds, we can see that that's not what's happening right now. As instead of drafting soccer defense strategies, North Korea is now planning nuclear threats, bolstering their nuclear arsenal. And in response, foreign policy in December of 2024 finds that South Korea has become increasingly scared and they want to bolster their nuclearization efforts as well, with 71% of the South Korean public wanting to go nuclear to defend themselves from North Korea. The Atlantic finds that this is not good, because when South Korea is uncertain, when South Korea is scared and develop nuclear weapons, that will only lead to an arms race. That will only lead to more instability, with North Korea taking that as a threat and boosting their own military efforts even more. This leads to a negative feedback loop where both sides are militarizing even more, increasing the chances of conflict, increasing the chances of tension. So because of the fears that they have in North Korea, South Korea is now taking more drastic approaches, making it harder for stability and public trust to occur in this region. But the last reason is the lack of allied commitment that makes it very hard for South Korea to have peace. It also makes it very hard for the South Korean people to be certain about their government, to be certain about their country. We can see that South Korea has always been a good ally to the United States. South Korea has always been involved in international talks, and we've seen that this has benefited them in the past when it comes to trade, when it comes to military alliances. But currently, that is not the benefits that South Korea has been getting. As we can see, with the Trump administration, Trump has criticized the way Biden has cooperated so closely with South Korea in the past. With the Atlantic writing in February of 2025, that Trump has deemed that he's going to decrease military efforts when it comes to South Korea so that they can depend on themselves, so that Trump can focus on America and American borders. This has negative impacts in South Korea because South Korea significantly relies on American military, relies heavily on American defense, with American military bases being in South Korea for long moments of time. If America were to decrease their commitments, it would make the South Korean people more scared. It would make the South Korean government more scared, leading them to take more drastic actions that may not lead to stability in the future. But furthermore, it's not just America. It's also other allies in the Indo-Pacific region that South Korea has depended on in the past, such as Japan. Although Japan and South Korea have never had the best relationship, they've always had a mutual understanding of each other. But the Atlantic furthers that because of the recent tensions between Japan and South Korea, they're no longer able to depend on each other as much. They're no longer able to depend on each other when it comes to economic growth, when it comes to military support. Because of this, we can see that South Korea, sadly, has become more isolationist and have to defend on themselves. For this reason, South Korea is forced to take more drastic action. South Korea is not able to count on the allies that they've been counting on before, which leads to more instability and makes it harder for their public to actually trust their government because they have to take such drastic actions. So at the end of the day, yes, South Korea has had the benefits of stability before, but we can see currently, because of the political turmoil, because of the increasing threats of North Korea leading to arms races, and lastly, because of the lack of ally commitment, it is very hard for South Korea to have stability and public trust in the near future. I should probably be more confident when talking to girls. South Korea needs to be more certain about their future if they want stability. Thank you.
The next speaker is revealed, and the question is, are the UAE's new power initiatives expanding its global influence? Again, the question is, are the UAE's new power initiatives expanding its global influence?
Mic clear to all the audience. Can you guys hear me? Thumbs up. Judges, are you good? Are you all ready?
Yes!
It was once stated by the great Chinese philosopher Confucius that in order to stay successful and adapt in today's ever-changing world, one must be able to be fluid and change themselves based on their environment. Ladies and gentlemen, for the longest amount of time, the United Arab Emirates has been reliant on its oil reserves and petrodollars for its economy. But in recent years, especially the last year, it has begun decentralizing its economy towards other initiatives, such as that of technological advancements. And these initiatives force us to ask the question at hand today. Can the United Arab Emirates apologies, there's no question.
Has UAE's new power initiatives expanded its global influence?
Can I restart? Is it possible that I restart because I did not get the question?
Continue.
Got it, so Are the UAE's new power initiatives expanding its global influence? But before we answer the question at hand today, we must first define what constitutes global influence in the context of the United Arab Emirates. Global influence constitutes expanding a country's initiatives, including political, social, and technological advancements all around the world. Now, considering that definition in mind and the question at hand today, are the UAE's new power initiatives expanding its global influence? The answer is a clear and resounding yes, for three key reasons. One, due to the fact that the UAE has held a staunch support of technological advancement. Two, due to the fact that its loan initiatives have expanded its influence, especially throughout Africa. And last but not least, three, due to the fact that the United Arab Emirates has been a mediator in dialogue between global superpowers. Now, moving to my first key, the reason. The United Arab Emirates has held staunch support of technological advancements. As reported by The Economist on the 16th of January 2025, Samsung, the company many of us know, a South Korean electronics giant, and TMSC have held talks to build plants within the UAE, specifically pertaining to the production of semiconductors. For those of you who don't know, semiconductors are small chips that are found in almost every one of our everyday appliances, whether it be the microphones that are projecting these features to the air conditioners that cool this very room. And as further reported by Reuters on the 18th of February 2025, an Emirati telecom company in collaboration with the UAE will help build part of a 45,000 kilometer long subsea cable that makes its way around Asia, Africa, the Mediterranean, and Britain. It can clearly be seen that by using its technological influence, the UAE is looking to bridge the gap between itself, the Gulf states, and the world. Now, moving to my next key reason. Its loan initiatives have increased its influence throughout Africa. As reported by Bloomberg on the 21st of February 25, the UAE is increasingly using its petrodollars to build influence in Africa. As China pares back loans towards the continent, Europe scatters back and does not do enough in Europe, and the US becomes more domestically focused within Europe. It can clearly be seen that because many of the biggest continents in the world are pulling out of Africa, the UAE has had a new opportunity to exert its influence within Africa. And as further reported by the New York Times on the 15th of February 2025, in January it signed a pact with Kenya to boost trade and promote investments with each other. And these initiatives have not only been limited to Kenya, they have also worked with other countries within Africa, such as that of Egypt. Last year, the Abu Dhabi Wealth Fund agreed to invest $35 billion in Egypt to develop prime land and bolster economic connections between the United Arab Emirates and Egypt. It can clearly be seen that because many countries are pulling out of Africa, the UAE is taking this and its technological advancements to move into Africa and expand its global influence. Now, leading to my last key point. The UAE has been a mediator in dialogue between global superpowers. As reported by Reuters on the 3rd of February 2025, the UAE is seen as a possible venue of a summit between the US President Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin for the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. It can clearly be seen that the UAE is willing to act as a mediator for big countries, and it is not only willing to bridge the gap between the UAE and the rest of the world, but it is also willing to ensure that the biggest countries in the world are able to sign pacts with each other. So it can also act as a mediator and a connector between itself and the rest of the world. Now this circles back to the question at hand today. Are the UAE's new power initiatives expanding its global influence? The answer to which is a resounding and clear yes, for 3 key reasons. 1, due to the fact that the United Arab Emirates has held a staunch support in technological advancement, bridging the gap between it and the rest of the world. 2, due to the fact that its loan initiatives have increased its influence throughout that of Africa, because many of the strongest countries in the world are pulling out of Africa. And last but not least, 3, due to the fact that the United Arab Emirates has been a mediator in dialogue between global superpowers, bridging the gap not only between itself and the rest of the world, but between global superpowers. So circling back to what Confucius stated, it can clearly be seen the United Arab Emirates is willing to diversify itself, not only relying on its oil, but other technological advancements in order to bridge the gap between it and the rest of the world and global superpowers. Thank you.
The next speaker is Charlie, and the question is, can lasting stability be established in Syria? Again, the question is, can lasting stability be established in Syria?
Judges hear me? Audience hear me? In almost its half-century of dictatorship, one of the Bashar al-Assad's regime's mottos was Gaidina Lil Abad, our leader forever. But as the New York Times reports on December 21st, in the remarked quick fall of Assad, left a gaping hole not only in the leadership of Syria, but the control in the civility of it. And with the BBC reporting on December 10th that rapid and potential infighting could destroy Syria, turning it into like its neighbor of Iraq, a failed state, one where no groups and no government could control the thing. Forces us to ask today's question, can lasting stability be established in Syria? The answer, however, a hopeful and resounding yes, for three key reasons. First, due to the extensive international aid flowing into Syria, hope helping Syrians not only get back on their feet, but the government to control the nation. Second, to the new government being committed to not only restoring other programs, but especially civilian ones. And third, and finally, a new government intent on not only securing peace for Syria with external powers, but the many groups throughout Syria which fight inside it. To my first point, on how Syria will achieve lasting stability, thanks to extensive international aid flowing throughout the nation. As Al Jazeera reports on December 12th of last year, 8 key Middle Eastern nations, examples like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, 2 nations with some of the most wealth throughout the entire Middle Eastern region, met together in a summit, all to agree on how much they would wholeheartedly support not only the new Syrian caretaker government, but the Syrian people. This started the talks for Syrian government and the Syrian people to receive extensive aid, not only in the form of things like money, but a lot of civilian things like humanitarian aid, whether that be medicinal or educational. As The Economist reports on February 13th of this year, in an exclusive interview with the new leader of Syria, Ahmed al-Shara discussed how he had recently met with Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, one of the richest people on earth, discussing a new program which he liked to call, and one which would allow an estimated $5 billion of Saudi money to flow into Syria, one which not only established the government, but to protect the government from outside forces. In a really different step to his normal rhetoric, Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan decided he would no longer to continue to support the SNA rebels, a traditionally Turkish-backed group in Syria, and one which had been causing mass instability throughout the time. With leaders like Erdogan and leaders like Mohammed bin Salman agreeing to not only stop perpetuating instability, but working to solve aid, will allow Syria to get back up on its feet with the help of foreign nations. This brings me to my second point. With now Syria being able to get back on its feet, its civilian population, the people of Syria, can continue to recover, thanks to a government committed to restoring Syrian civilian programs. As the Wall Street Journal reports on February 6th, HTS, the former group, the party which is now in control of the new Syrian caretaker government, had taken care of the Syrian city of Idlib for an estimated 2 decades during the Assad regime. Idlib was one of the few cities in Syria which was able to establish an actual civilian program, whether that be schools for not only boys and girls, but schooling for a bunch all the way up to secondary education. Idlib was able to keep cleaner streets and become a safer city overall. HTS looks to put this model throughout all of Syria and has begun to work on extensive financial and civilian programs to work for it. One of these, as The Guardian reports on January 20th, is the restoration of SANA, or the Syrian Arab News Agency. Once used as a mouthpiece of the regime, Ahmed al-Shara wants to turn it into a way where the Syrian people, along with the Arab people as a whole, are able to continually speak their voice and prevent the threat of any dictatorship and many other Arab nations from returning. As the Associated Press reports on December 18th of last year, Ahmed al-Shara began with the people of Damascus to remove Bashar al-Assad's Captagon empire. If any of you are unfamiliar, Captagon is a meth-like substance which the Bashar al-Assad regime had spent decades on cultivating an empire to keep their government up through the use of this drug. Ahmed al-Shara chose to help the people of Damascus rise from this rubble, turning them not of a phoenix from the ashes, but a phoenix from Damascus. This leads me to my third point, on how this government is intent on securing peace, not only between international powers, but through the many groups throughout Syria. As the Washington Post reports on December 18th, Shara negotiated a buffer zone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the coveted Golan Heights region, an area separating not only Israel, but Syria itself. By establishing a buffer zone, preventing nations with far superior militaries like Israel from coming in and funding, but not also fighting, to prevent ongoing disruption and instability from plaguing that area of Syria. As Reuters reports on February 20th, Syrian groups began to disarm the formerly Turkish-backed SNA rebels, and now with civilians not having to no longer worry about different rebel groups coming into their houses to fighting them, began throwing their weapons onto the street with piles of grenades, AK-47 rifles, and all different types of small arms being thrown onto the streets of major Syrian cities, allowing the new Syrian government to not only collect them, but to prevent them from ever being used again, to not only fight, but kill and make Syria more unstable. In a move to help appease Western powers to prevent them from continually funding any groups which could establish the Syrian government, the new Syrian government worked to remove all Russian military bases, preventing all new Russian small arms, along with any new naval bases, from being able to continue flowing into Syria and prevent and start ongoing instability. This brings me back to today's question. Can lasting stability be established in Syria? The answer today, a clear and hopeful yes, for 3 key reasons. First, due to the extensive international aid, as mentioned before, flowing into Syria to prop up its people. Second, a new government committed to restoring civilian programs to help the people of Syria get back up on their feet. And third and finally, a government intent on working for security in Syria, not only between foreign powers, but groups in between. An old Islamic proverb goes, rivers find a way. They don't ask for any other people or land from stopping them. The Syrian people are, in a sense, that river, working to find stability. As rebels closed in on Damascus, Hajjaz Saleh, a dissident who had spent 16 years in a Bashar al-Assad prison, returned to Damascus to write, "Forever is over, for tomorrow the history of Syria begins." Thank you so much.
Can we have a final round of applause for all the accepted speakers? And this is a reminder that all delegates are expected to be here. Can you please message your friends to come? And can we get the OI finalists to sit in the first row? OI finalists in the first row over here. Thank you.
As you come in and sit down, remember to please put your phones away and don't film or anything else. We have a live stream so you can see that later. So phones should be away during all the finals. So if you need to use a phone, go outside. Thank you.
The OI finalists.
The OI finalists down here.
Take down the first one. Take the second one up. Then come here. Please. Isabel.
You good?
So you're replacing. Make sense? Let's do it. Goodbye.
Just so you guys know, IASAS right here.
Yeah, this is, I'll show you here. To use a cliche,
Mess with it a little bit.
just move it up and down. I don't feel like it's projecting.
That's what I'm saying, so that's what I'm trying to do.
I mean, I can hear shouts.
Does that sound like how it would sound?
I don't know, but I'm talking into it now. Is that okay? Because I don't want to be like right into the mic.
Right, exactly, right? So you can hear it all, yours was kind of low. Right? Yeah.
Too much, right? Yeah.
Alright, yeah, try again.
Okay, try it out. Is this better? Sounds better to me.
Yeah, it sounds a lot better.
Okay, so I don't have to lean into it. Okay.
Bring up the first picture. Oh, we can do them all, yeah, here's the first. Oh, hold on.
Okay, 1, 2. Can you hear me if I speak this way?
Yeah, it sounds much better now.
And if I speak this way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Is everyone good?
Do you two want to do my check over?
Can everyone hear me all right?
Yep.
That's all right? Okay. All right, so if you want to
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, and welcome to the OI Finals. speaker is Matt. Matt, can you come up? Thank you.
Is this okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. According to CNN, there are 83 school shootings in the United States in 2024. A devastating truth that continues to chill the blood of parents and children as they head off to their schools each day. But when the teacher in Brendan Constantine's poem, The Opposites Game, asks the students what the antonym of the word gun is, the children cannot seem to agree upon a final answer. What started as a playful activity turned the classroom into a huge dispute, with the students' answers ranging from the humorous to the ridiculous and to the profound. The Opposites Game, a poem by Brendan Constantine. This day, my students and I play the Opposites Game with a line from Emily Dickinson. My life has stood a loaded gun. And I write it on the board, pausing so that they can call out the antonyms. My, your, life, death, had stood, well sit. A, Maddie, loaded, empty, gun, gun. For a moment, very much like the one between lightning and its sound, the children just stare at me. And then it comes. A flurry, a hailstorm of answers. Flower, says one. No, book, says another. That's stupid, cries a third. The opposite of a gun is a pillow. Or maybe a hug, but not a book. No, what is it, a book? With this, the others gather their thoughts. And suddenly, it's a shouting match. No one can agree. For every student, there's a final answer.
It's a song, a prayer, I mean a promise, like a wedding ring, and later, a baby.
Or, was that person who delivers babies?
A midwife.
Yes, a midwife.
No, that's wrong. You're so wrong, it'll be right again. It's a whisper, a star. Is saying I love you into your hand and it touching someone's ear.
Are you crazy? Are you the president of Stupid Land? You should be. When's the election?
It's a teddy bear, a sword, a perfect peach.
Go back to the first one. It's a flower, a white rose. When the bell rings, I reach for an eraser. But a girl snatches it from my hand.
Nothing's decided,
she says.
We're not done here.
I leave all the answers on the board. The next day, some of them have stopped talking to each other. They've taken sides. There's a flower club and a kitten club, and two boys call themselves the Snowballs. The rest have stuck with the original game, which was to try to write something like poetry.
It's a diamond. It's a dance. The opposite of gun is a museum in France.
It's a moon. It's a beard. It's the sound of the bell in the ear.
The arguing starts again. More shouting. And finally, an new club. For the first time, I dare to push them. Maybe all of you are right, I say. Well, maybe. Maybe it's everything we said. Maybe it's everything we didn't say. It's words in the spaces for words. They're looking at each other now. It's everything in this room, and outside this room, and down the street, and in the sky. It's everyone on campus, and at the mall, and all the people waiting at the hospital, and at the post office. And yeah, it's a flower too. All the flowers, the whole garden. The opposite of a gun is wherever you point it.
Don't write that on the board.
They say.
Just say poem.
Your death will sit through many empty poems. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Matt. And the next speaker is Jyrene.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is an extract from Enormous Radio by John Cheever that centers on a happy couple's unexpected exposure to the hidden and horrifying secrets of their neighborhood through their brand new radio. This seemingly normal radio unlocks the mysteries outside their apartment's walls, involving themes of despair, reality, and humanity. Enormous Radio by John Cheever. Did you hear that? Irene asked. What? Jim was eating his dessert. The radio. A man said something while the music was still going on, something dirty. It's probably a play. I don't think it is a play, Irene said. They left the table and took their coffee into the living room. Irene asked Jim to try another station. He turned the knob. Have you seen my garters? The man said. Just butt me up and I'll find your garters, the woman said. Jim shifted to another station. I wish you wouldn't leave apple cores in the ashtrays, the man said. I hate the smell. This is strange, Jim said. Isn't it? Jim turned the knob again. On the coast of Coromandel, the early pumpkins blow, a woman with a pronounced English accent said. In the middle of the woods lived the only phony bird. 2 old chairs and half a candle, 1 old jug without a handle. That's the Sweeney's nurse. These are all his worldly goods, the British voice continued. Turn that thing off. Maybe they can hear us. Jim switched the radio off. That was Miss Armstrong, the Sweeney's nurse. She must be reading to a little girl. They live in 17B. I've talked with Miss Armstrong in the park. I know her voice very well. We must begin other people's apartments.
That's impossible, Jim said.
Well, that was the Sweeney's nurse. I know her voice. I know it very well. I'm wondering if they can hear us. Jim turned the switch and heard the pure accents of the Sweeney's nurse again. Lady Jingly, sitting with the pumpkins below, will you come and be my wife? Said the young phony bird. Jim went over to the radio and said, "Hello?" into the speaker. I'm tired of living singly on this coast so wild and shingly. I'm weary of my life. If you'll come and be my wife, quite serene would be my life. I guess you can't hear us. Try something else. The Westcott's overheard that evening a bridge game, running comments on home movies of what had apparently been a fortnight at Sea Island and a bitter family quarrel about an overdraft at the bank. They turned off the radio at midnight and went to bed weak with laughter. The following morning, Irene cooked breakfast for the family and waited at the door until her children and husband had been carried away in the elevator. Then she went into the living room and tried the radio. I don't want to go to school! A child screamed. I hate school! I don't go to school! I hate school! You won't go to school! An enraged woman said. We paid $800 to get you into that school, and you go and it kills you! Irene shifted control. She overheard demonstrations of indigestion, carnal love, abysmal vanity, faith, and despair. Irene's life was nearly as simple and sheltered as it appeared to be, and the forthright and sometimes brutal language that came from the loudspeaker that morning astonished and troubled her. She turned off the radio and left her apartment at a little after 12. There were a number of women in the elevator when it stopped at her floor. She stared at their handsome and passive faces. Which one of them had been to Sea Island? Which one had overdrawn her bank account? Irene had 2 martinis at lunch. She went home, went into the living room, and switched on the radio. She heard the halting conversation of a hostess briefing her maid about some cocktail guests. Don't give the best scotch to anyone who hasn't white hair, the hostess said. Get rid of that liver paste before you pass those hot things. And could you lend me $5? I'm going to tip the elevator man. Jim came home at about 6 the next night when Irene ran into the hall. Her face was shining with tears and her hair was disordered. Go up to 16C, Jim! She screamed. Don't take off your coat! Go up to 16C! Mr. Osborne's beating his wife! They've been quarreling since 4 o'clock and now he's hitting her! Go up and stop him! From the radio in the living room, Jim heard screams and thuds. You know, you don't have to listen to this sort of thing, he said. He strode into the living room and turned the switch. It's indecent. It's like looking in windows. Turn it off. It's so horrible. It's so dreadful. I've been listening all day. It's so depressing. Well, if it's so depressing, why do you listen to it? I bought this radio to give you some pleasure. I paid a great deal of money for it. I thought it might make you happy. I wanted to make you happy. Don't quarrel with me, she moaned and laid her head on his shoulder. All the others have been quarreling all day. Everybody's been quarreling. They're all worried about money. Mrs. Hutchinson's mother is dying of cancer in Florida, and they don't have enough money to send her to the Mayo Clinic. At least Mr. Hutchinson says they don't have enough money, and some woman in this building is having an affair with the handyman. It's disgusting. And Mrs. Mella has heart trouble,
course we're happy. I'll have that radio fixed tomorrow.
A man came in the morning and fixed the radio. Irene turned it on, cautiously. The voice on the radio was suave and non-committal. An early morning railroad disaster in Tokyo killed 29 people. A fire in a Catholic hospital near Buffalo for the care of blind children was extinguished early this morning. The temperature is 47.
Another round of applause for Irene. And our next speaker is Zachariah.
Can the judges hear me? Can the audience hear me? Then let us begin. The time is still settled. To use a cliche, life is very much a journey. There's peaks and valleys, twists and turns. In this passage, Bill Bryson and his curmudgeonly friend Stephen Katz are at the beginning of their journey of walking the Appalachian Trail. Along the way, they meet a variety of characters, some which help them and some which hinder, none of which are quite as memorable as a certain Mary Ellen. A Walk in the Woods by Bill Bryson. "So what's your star sign?" said Mary Ellen. "Cunnilingus," Katz answered. "I don't know that one. I thought I knew them all. Mine's Libra. What's yours?" I tried to think of something. "Necrophilia." "I don't know that one either. Are you guys putting me on?" It was 2 nights later. We were camped at a spot called Indian Grave Gap between 2 brooding summits. We'd hiked 22 miles in 2 days, a highly respectable distance for us, but a distinct sense of anticlimax had set in. And then, of course, there was the constant, prattling, awesomely brainless presence of Mary Ellen. "Geez, you guys stink." "Well, we've been walking. I don't swear. Never have. Don't dream, either." "Everybody dreams, except people of, extremely low intelligence." "Huh. Do you guys ever have that dream you're like at school and like you look down and like you haven't got any clothes on?" "Ugh. I thought you, didn't dream." She stared. "And falling, when you just fall into a hole and you fall and fall and fall." In our few private moments, Katz and I formed a pact that we would hike 14 miles to a place called Dick's Creek Gap, where we would try to hitchhike into the town of Hiwassee, 11 miles to the north. Plan B was that we would kill Mary Ellen and take her Pop-Tarts. And so the next day we hiked, really hiked, startling Mary Ellen on thrusting strides. She fell farther and farther off the pace until she was behind even Katz. Around 4 o'clock, I emerged onto the broad shoulder of US Highway 76. Cat stumbled from the woods a few minutes later, and I hustled him across the road against his protest that he needs to sit down immediately. Have you seen her? Miles back, her boots off and rubbing her feet. She looked tired. Good. There is a phenomenon known as trail magic that holds that often when things look darkest, some piece of serendipity comes along to put you back on a heavenly plane. Ours is a baby blue Pontiac Trans Am. It stopped just before us, and a female head popped out the passenger window. You boys want to ride? We hastened our way to the car and found a very happy, very drunk couple. Darren, why don't you make some room for these here gentlemen? Her name was Donna, and they were on the way 50 miles up the road, but were willing to drop us in Hiwassee. If they didn't kill us all first. Darren drove at 127 miles an hour with one finger on the wheel, while Donna twirled in her seat to talk to us. Y'all have to excuse us. We're getting married tomorrow. No kidding. Congratulations. Yup. Darren here is going to make an honest woman out of me. She impulsively lunged over and gave the side of his head a kiss, which became lingering, then probing, then frankly lascivious, and concluded by shooting a hand into a surprising place as Darren banged his head on the ceiling and took us on an exciting detour into the oncoming lane of traffic. They dropped us at Mull's Motel in Hiwassee. We thanked them profusely and watched as Darren returned to the road as if fired from a rocket launcher. We went into the motel reception area and booked into 2 rooms. My room was basic and battered, but I was very happy. We showered and headed to a nearby bistro for dinner. You know what I keep doing? I keep looking. See if Mariella's going to come through that door. You're not going to tell me you miss her, Stephen. No, not talking about. But, we did kind of ditch her, you know? I came to a horrible realization. We had ditched her, left her to the bears and the wolves. I've been so preoccupied with my lust for a bed that I failed to realize what a departure would mean for her. She's probably still walking right now, wondering where the hell we got to. Scared out of her chubby little wits. Oh, don't. I pushed my pie away. He was right. I was the ringleader here. It was my fault. In the morning, we paid for a taxi to take us back to the trail. We'd been walking for about half an hour when another hiker came at us. We asked if he'd seen Mariella. Yeah, I stay with her and 2 of the guys at a shuttle labs now. She's a piece of work, ain't she? He made a look showing genuine pain, and then said, huh, you must have been the guy she was, talking about. What'd she say? Tell me, you know. She's okay. She said you guys were a bunch of overweight wimps who didn't know the first things about hiking. She was tired of carrying you. Oh, and, she called you pussies. She called us pussies! Now I will tell her. 2 days later, we heard that Mariella dropped out after trying to hike 35 miles in 2 days. Big mistake. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Zachariah. And our next speaker is Anvita.
Is the audience able to hear me? In the novel, A Thousand Splendid Suns by Khaled Hosseini, Mariam and her pregnant daughter Layla are forced to make their way through Afghanistan's unjust healthcare system under the Taliban. With a system designed to dehumanize them, the novel highlights the profound sacrifices a mother is willing to make to protect her child. This hospital no longer treats women, the guard barked. He was looking down icily on the crowd gathered in front of the Malala Hospital. But this is a women's hospital, shouted Mariam. Not anymore. What are we supposed to do? Go to Rabia Balki, the guard said. A young woman pushed forward and said that she had already been there. They had no clean water, no oxygen, no medication, and no electricity. The Talib lifted his Kalashnikov and fired rounds into the air. Another Talib behind him brandished a whip. The crowd dispersed quickly. The waiting room at Rabia Balki was teeming with women in their burqas and their children. The air stank of sweat and unwashed bodies, of feet, urine, cigarette smoke, and antiseptic. Mariam dug in her heels and burrowed against the elbows, hips, and shoulder blades of strangers. A hand made a desperate grab at her face. She swatted it away when a woman nearby hissed. Mariam hissed back. Mariam now saw the sacrifices a mother made. Nana, who could have given her away or tossed her in a ditch somewhere and run, but she hadn't. Instead, Nana had endured the shame of bearing a harami, had shaped her life around the thankless task of raising Mariam and in her own way of loving her. Mariam wished she had been a better daughter to Nana. She wished she understood then what she understood now about motherhood. She found herself face to face with a nurse who was covered head to toe in a dirty grey burqa. My daughter's water broke and the baby won't come, Mariam called. I'm talking to her, the bloody young woman cried. Wait your turn. The whole mass of women swayed side to side. A woman behind Mariam was yelling that her girl had broken her elbow. Another woman cried that she was passing bloody stools. Does she have a fever? Bleeding? No. We'll get to her. How long she's in pain? Wait your turn. It was dark outside when a nurse finally pulled them in. Two of the women were in the act of delivering. There were no curtains between the beds. There was a sink nearby, cracked and dry, and a string over the sink from which hung stained surgical gloves. The doctor, in a dark blue burqa, was a small, hairy woman with bird-like movements. Everything she said came out sounding impatient, urgent. A second baby? You're the mother? Yes. I have to feel the baby now, Hamshira. She put on one of the stained gloves hung by the clothespin over the sink. She pushed on Layla's belly with one hand
and slid the other hand with the stained glove inside. Layla whimpered. When the doctor was done, she gave the glove to a nurse who rinsed it and pinned it back on the string. Your daughter needs a cesarean. We have to open her womb and take the baby out because it is in the breech position. I don't, and too much time has passed by as it is. We need to go to the operating room now. There is something I have to tell you, the doctor said. She moved closer to Mariam, leaned in and spoke in a lower, more confidential tone. What is she saying? Is there something wrong with my baby? Layla gurgled. But how will she stand it? Mariam said. You think I want it this way? What do you want me to do? They won't give me what I need. I have no X-ray, no suction, no oxygen, not even simple antibiotics. When NGOs offer money, the Taliban turn them away, or they funnel the money to places that cater to men. But Dr. Sahib, isn't there something you can give her? You can buy the medicine yourself if you want, but there is no time. For one thing, none of the nearby pharmacies have it, so you'd have to find through traffic with little likelihood that you'd ever find it. It's almost 8:30 now, so you'll get arrested for breaking curfew. There is no time. This baby needs to be delivered now. Please, someone, please tell me what is going on. The doctor took a deep breath, then told Layla that the hospital had no anesthetic. But if we delay now, you will lose your baby. Then cut me open, Layla said. She dropped back on the bed and drew up her knees. Cut me open and give me my baby. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Anita. And our next speaker is Isabella.
Can the judges hear me all right? Food can represent so much more than just the sustenance it provides. It can capture the feelings and the memories that we can't quite verbalize. In this excerpt, our narrator describes finding solace in comfort food after her mother's abrupt and painful passing. This is Crying in H Mart by Michelle Sonner. Ever since my mom died, I cry in H Mart. H Mart is a supermarket chain that specializes in Asian food. It's freedom from the single-aisle ethnic section in regular grocery stores. They don't crop goya beans next to bottles of sriracha here. You'll likely find me sobbing near the dry goods, asking myself, am I even Korean anymore if there's no one left to call and ask which brand of seaweed we used to buy? What I never seem to forget is what my mother ate. She was a woman of many usuals. Minestrone, she'd order steamy hot, not steaming hot from the Olive Garden. She was maybe the only person in the world who would request steamy hot fries from a McDonald's drive-thru in earnest. She loved roasted chestnuts in the winter, though they gave her horrible gas. She was allergic to celery. She rarely ate sweets, with the exception of a blueberry cheesecake on her birthday. I remember these things clearly, because that was how my mother loved you. Not through white lies or constant verbal affirmation, but in subtle observations of what brought you joy, pocketed away to make you feel comforted and cared for without even realizing it. She remembered if you were sensitive to spice, if you hated tomatoes. She remembered which side dish you emptied first, so the next time you were over, it'd be set with a heaping double portion, served alongside the various other preferences that made you, you. Food was how my mother expressed her love. No matter how critical or cruel she could seem, I could always feel her affection radiating from the lunches she packed and the meals she prepared for me just the way I liked her. She was not what I refer to as a mommy mom. A mommy mom is someone who takes an interest in everything her child has to say, even when there is no actual way she gives a shit. If someone makes fun of you, a mommy mom will say, they're just jealous. When you give them a piece of crap for Christmas, she'll say, oh, I love this. When my friends got hurt, their mommy moms would scoop them up and tell them it was going to be okay. Or they went straight to the doctor. White people were always going to the doctor. But whenever I got hurt, my mother would start screaming. Not for me, but at me. Once, when I was climbing a tree, the notch I used to hoist myself up gave out from under my foot. I slid, falling 6 feet onto my ankle. Oh, Mom, I sprained my ankle! I cried. I think I have to go to the hospital! She descended upon me like a murder of crows. How many times will I say, stop climbing that tree? She hovered over my crumpled body, screeching relentlessly as I writhed among the dead leaves. Mom, I'm bleeding! Please don't yell at me! You will have this scar forever! I'm sorry, okay, I'm sorry! I apologized over and over again, sobbing dramatically. Big, fat tears and insistent, stuttering wails. That's enough. Stop crying. Hers was tougher than tough love. It was brutal, industrial strength. When I got hurt, she felt it so deeply. It was as though it were her own affliction. She was guilty only of caring too much. I realize this now, in retrospect. In the H-Mart food court, I find myself again, sitting next to a mother and her son. The kid must be in his early 20s, but his mother is still instructing him on how to eat, just like my mom used to. Dip the onion in the paste. Why aren't you eating the mung beans? Some days, the constant nagging would annoy me. But most days I knew that it was the ultimate display of a Korean woman's tenderness, and I cherished that love. A love I'd do anything to have back. I'll cry when I see a Korean grandmother eating seafood noodles in the H-Mart food court.
her gray hair and frizzy, tattooed eyebrows rusting as the ink fades out. If I'm being honest, I'm angry at this old woman that I don't know, that she gets to live and my mother does not. Like somehow this stranger's survival is at all related to my loss. Why is she here, slurping up seafood noodles and my mom isn't? Life is unfair. And sometimes it helps to irrationally blame someone for it. When I go to H Mart, I'm not just on the hunt for cuttlefish and scallions. I am searching for memories. I'm collecting the evidence that the Korean half of my identity didn't die when my mom did. H Mart is the bridge that guides me away from memories that haunt me of chemo head and skeletal bodies and logging milligrams of hydrocodone. It reminds me of who she was before, beautiful and full of life. Thank you.
And another round of applause for Isabel. And our final speaker is Sophia.
Can everyone hear me? It's a hot day, and I hate my wife. We're playing Scrabble. Yeah, that's how bad it is. Now, I'm 42 years old, and all I can think of to do with my life is play Scrabble. I should be out, doing exercise, spending money, meeting new people. I don't think I've spoken to anyone except my wife since Thursday morning. And on Thursday morning, I spoke to the milkman. Marriages are made in heaven, but so again are thunder and lightning. In Death by Scrabble by Charlie Fish, a married couple are locked in a tense game of Scrabble. As the game progresses, the husband's growing frustration with their relationship fuels his every move. But as each word is played, something dangerous starts to unravel. My letters are correct. I play appropriately, beginning with the annual little pink star, 22 points. I watch my wife's smug expression as she rearranges her letters. Click, 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 click! I hate her! If she was around, I'd be doing something interesting right now. I'd be climbing Mount Kilimanjaro. I'd be starring in the latest Hollywood blockbuster. I'd be sailing the Vendée Globe on a 60-foot clipper called the New Horizons. I don't know, but I'd be doing something. She plays Jinxed with a J and a double-letter score. 30 points. She's beaten me already. Maybe I should just kill her. If only I had a D, then I could play murder. Now that would be a sign. That would be permission. I start chewing on my U. It's a bad habit, I know. All the letters are frayed. I play warmer for 22 points, mainly so I can keep chewing on my U. As I'm picking new letters from the bag, I find myself thinking, The letters will tell me what to do. If they spell out kill or stab or her name or anything, I swear to God I'll do it right now. I'll finish her off. She plays sweaty using all her letters. 24 points plus a 50-point bonus. If it wasn't too hot to move, I'd strangle her. I'm getting sweatier though. It needs to rain. As soon as the thought crosses my mind, I find a good word. Human on a double word score. The U makes a little splash of saliva when I put it down. Another 22 points. She gets up to fill the kettle and turn on the air conditioning. It's the hottest day for 10 years and my wife is turning on the damn kettle. This is why I hate her. I play zaps with the Z double and she gets a static shock off the air conditioning unit. I find this remarkably satisfying. She sits back down with a sigh and starts fiddling with her letters again. Clap, 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 clap! I feel a terrible rage built up inside me, some inner poison slowly spreading through my limbs, and when it gets to my fingertips, I'm going to jump out of my chair, spilling the Scrabble tiles over the floor, and I'm going to start hitting her again and again and again. The rage gets to my fingertips and it passes. My heart's beating, but I sigh deeply and sit back in my chair, and the kettle starts whistling. She plays ready on a double word for 18 points and goes to pour herself a cup of tea. No, I do not want one. I steal a blank towel from the letter bag when she's not looking and throw back a bead from my rack. She gives me a suspicious look. She sits back down as I play an 8-letter word, cheating, using the A of ready. 64 points, which means I'm beating her now. She asked me if I cheated. God, I really, really hate her. I try to make murderous words with the letters on my rack, but the best I can do is sleep. My wife sleeps all the time. I mean, she slept through an argument our next-door neighbors had that resulted in a broken door, a smashed TV, and a Teletubby La-La doll with all the stuffing coming out. And then she bitched at me for being moody the next day from lack of sleep. I wish I could just get rid of her. I spot a chance to use all my letters. Explodes using the X of jinxed. 72 points. Now that'll shut her. As I put the last letter down, there's a deafening bang and the air conditioning unit fails. My heart is racing, but not from the shock of the bang. I don't believe it. But it can't be a coincidence. The letters made it happen. I played the word explodes, and it happened. The air conditioning unit exploded. And before I played the word cheating when I cheated, and zap when my wife got the electric shock. The letters are choosing their future. The words are coming true. The whole game is jinxed. My wife plays sign with the N on the triple letter for 10 points. I have to test this. I have to play something unlikely to prove that the letters are making it happen. My rack is ABQYFWE, which doesn't leave me with a lot of options. I start frantically chewing on the B. I play fly using the L that explodes. I sit back in my chair, close my eyes, waiting for the sensation of rising up from my chair, waiting to fly. Stupid. I open my eyes and there's a damn fly buzzing around above the Scrabble board. That proves nothing. The fly could have been there anyway. I need to play something unambiguous, something that cannot be misinterpreted, something absolute. Fine. Something murderous. My wife plays caution, using a blank tile for the end. 18 points. Maybe I should cheat again. Pick out the letters I need to spell slash or slay. Then it hits me. The perfect word. A powerful, dangerous, terrible word. I play quick for 19 points. I can feel the trembling energy of potential in my veins. I'm commanding fate. I'm manipulating destiny. And then my wife plays death for 34 points, just as the room starts to shake. I gasp with surprise and vindication, and the bee that I was chewing on gets lodged in my throat. I try to cough, my face goes red, then blue, and my throat swells. I draw blood flowing at my neck, and the earthquake builds to a climax. I fall to the floor. And my wife just sits there,
Sophia, and all the OI teachers. Can we get all of the OO speakers to the first row, please? Again, can we get all the OO speakers over there? First row. Thank you.
Is this thing on?
Hello, mic check.
Hello, mic check. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me over here? Yeah. Okay, wait.
Welcome to the OO Finals! Without further ado, our first speaker is Maddie May.
Why, hello there. Can you guys hear me? I miss Barbie Summer. When the movie premiered, everyone united, singing "What Was I Made For?" and "I'm Just Ken," in a beautiful, global, kumbaya moment. But my favorite part wasn't the movie. It was all the pink. Hundreds of brands from Crocs to Forever 21 lined their aisles with pink outfits to promote the film. The mall started to look a little too much like my closet, filled with countless shades of pink. This actually became a problem when my mom and I were putting together a party outfit. When we opened my closet, there was only pink. Growing frustrated at my wardrobe's monochromatic set of options, she snapped. "Why does wearing this color matter so much? You're not going to wear it forever." That question, a lot like my hair clips, stuck with me. Why did pink matter? My obsession just evolved like a Pokemon, getting pinker and pinker, and my final form was some legendary fairy-type Pink-a-chew. One of my earliest memories was my toy bunny. I had gifted her the best name a 3-year-old could have bestowed. Bunny Princess. She attended all my magical tea parties, followed me to school holding my hand, and she never changed. She was the sister I'd always wanted, reassuring me everything was going to be okay. From a young age, I started associating that sense of security with her pink fur. My love for pink has been a ribbon weaving through my life, as it's always been there for me from one age to the next. These kinds of items children hold on to are often described as transitional objects. Francine Russo, a journalist in social sciences, explains they fill our emotional needs. They comfort us amid loneliness and boost our confidence about our abilities. Bunny Princess and her pink fur did exactly that for me. The ribbon continued to lace my life together as my love for pink grew. I started to idolize Blossom from the Powerpuff Girls, the pink leader, the brains. I wanted to be just like her, but whenever I brought her up, someone would say, "Well, I really like Bubbles." Really? The blue one that cries all the time? Out of spite, I swore to always love the pink characters over the blue ones. That's when Pinkie Pie came in from My Little Pony, where she was always laughing. Then Pink Panther with his catchy theme song, and finally Strawberry Shortcake with her adorable signature hat. Scott McCloud's book, Understanding Comics, explains that we love simple cartoon characters like Pinkie Pie and Blossom because we can see ourselves in them. Pink characters allowed me to imagine myself in their magical, safe, and pink worlds. I could be a pink superhero fighting crime and the forces of evil, or a pink pony laughing away all the problems in her path. Pink was tied to my sense of security. But then, adolescence came, and as I grew older, I felt the ribbon starting to fray, tempting me to cut it off completely. Being a teenager didn't allow me to love pink like I did before. I renamed Bunny Princess Emily so people wouldn't tease me. I left her on my shelf, holding her hand for the last time. No one talked about My Little Pony or the Powerpuff Girls anymore. I thought pink would never give me that same comfort again. Well, until I found 2 pink hair clips in the kids section of an accessory store at the mall. Their color reminded me of all the pink things that made my life feel simple and safe. I couldn't bring Bunny Princess, I mean Emily, to school, but I could bring these hair clips. My pink fashion sense isn't just me being on brand. I am simply holding on to my ribbon. As I continued embracing pink, I became known for the color. Once my friend even said, "Oh, Manny May, she's my favorite character." With my signature hair clips, I realized I resembled those cartoon characters who always wore the same thing, unchanging. In a sense, I became a transitional object for other people, offering a constant source of that childhood comfort. I am not a Pokemon who randomly got a pink evolution. I chose this form. Then the Barbie movie released, keeping my ribbon weaving through high school and giving me even more reasons to love and cherish pink. In fact, the movie's retro-style logo tapped into our nostalgia, showing that symbols of our past can still be with us now. Barbie knew what she was doing. Everyone has their ribbon, representing something that helps them feel safe. Don't cut it off too soon. Sorry, Mom. Even if I don't wear these hair clips forever, I want this pink ribbon to weave all the way into my adulthood. We long for our childhoods because we need simplicity and security in our lives. In this unpredictable world, we have to find something you can hold on to and keep constant. Even something as simple as a color can provide that comfort. For me, it's pink, holding my hand, just like Bunny Princess. Thank you.
And another round of applause for Maggie May. Our next speaker is.
The time is 7:30.
7:30. And our next speaker is Tessa.
Judges ready? What are you? A ginger tangle of hair stood before me under the fluorescent hum of my middle school hallway. The question, as alienating as it was bizarre, hung in the air like smoke. After offering my cultural rant of mom's side and dad's side, her upturned lip indicated my existence didn't compute. That her question wasn't about understanding me, but filing me into a category, which I, a Black American Russian Ukrainian, had just made exceedingly difficult. Identity is tedious and stirs a familiar exasperation, like explaining why my pale scalp had box braids, or stumbling through impassioned Slavic accented English with kindergarten peers. A biracial kid severed down the middle of societal borders. So cliche. Talking about my ethnicity felt forced and pretentious, worse than slam poetry. And for much of my life, I felt like a side character in a Netflix show. Yet, simply checking black and white never felt truly accurate to what I was. If it's accuracy we're after, there's no such thing as a checkbox for anyone. Each one of us encapsulates centuries of survival and desire no checkbox can do justice. Stories of my ancestors' past are classed in my DNA, of American jazz and Ukrainian vyshyvanki, of cornbread and piragira, of Baldwin and Tolstoy, of pride. When first meeting someone, no one's immediate reaction is to decode centuries encased in their skin. It's a split second of classification. We all do it, no shame. Ethnic and racial classification is inherent to humans, despite its failure to indicate the identity sheathed in our soul. So, I conclude that an overemphasis on racial characteristics risks diluting the complexities of our identities. Our urge to racially classify boils down to evolutionary development. According to the National Center for Biotechnology, the sense that once helped us distinguish the nutritious vegetation from the poisonous kind now informs our socio-political organization. We distinguish one another much in the same vein: subordinate, superior, black, white. The intricacies of what make our races individual turns murky under all-encompassing categories. Our perception of race is an infuriating reminder of our confinement to human perception, as though we're prisoners to the languid pace of evolutionary development, engaging our simian instincts to inform society's structure. Ultimately, our genetic predisposal to categorize and be categorized doesn't necessarily justify the way we put on racial classifications. Much of my middle school career was characterized by that question. But really, what are you? Followed by disheartened sighs.
That gnawing failure to conform to a neat racial category both fascinated and annoyed me. A part of me discarded any concern. I am what I am, so be it. The other part stumbled upon Aldous Huxley's dystopian novel, A Brave New World, in which eugenics and psychological conditioning assign societal roles based on caste. Conditioned to feel satisfied with their inferiority, epsilons, the lowest level of Huxley's caste, accepted their predetermined categorization. All alphas were conditioned for success. Upon finishing the novel, I couldn't help but wonder which level of Huxley's caste I would fall under. To my further satisfaction, all good literature reflects reality. I discovered that pseudoscientific caste-based systems still shape society, dictating what we are. For example, the 1670s hypodescent rule, more commonly known as the one-drop rule, deems a person with a fraction of black ancestry, a single drop of black blood, is wholly black. We were considered mere chattel, excluded from whiteness, and by extension, humanity. According to the New York Times, the rule was so rigid that even the Nazis, who drew inspiration from systems of American racism, considered it overly harsh. However, Nazis designated themselves the superior Aryan race, and all others genetically inferior. This included Ukrainians and Russians, who shared subordinate status. Yet both groups operated within feudal systems of imposed societal hierarchy. Ukrainian serfs, the lowest level of the hierarchy, were forced into slave labor. The feudal systems taught social divisions convinced many Ukrainians that serfs were genetically inferior. Yet there are no significant genetic differences between Ukrainians of various hierarchical origins or between Russians and Ukrainians. Instead, cultural divergence can grow so vast that cultural affinity groups begin to resemble ethnic distinctions. Distinctions that are both safe spaces for those who fit and causes for hatred for those who do not. While race and ethnicity are undeniably important in social organization, they become dangerous when combined with hierarchy. Systems like Ukrainian feudalism or the one-drop rule continue to inform self-perception today. According to Pew Research, 69% of multiracial adults of black ancestry identify more with the black community, even suggesting that most would view them as wholly black. Opposingly, biracial individuals of white origin, without historical classifications like the one-drop rule, feel more linked to white culture on average. Despite both groups being equally mixed race, archaic caste laws still reduce us to single defining traits. It's easy to dismiss racial organization as solely primitive and dangerous, but I believe that these shared experiences, culture, and the community which they foster make our ability to classify crucial and beautifully enigmatic too. Like the comfort of spotting another black person in the room, or the swell of satisfaction when I correctly recognize someone is Slavic just by the slight hump in their nose. It's a gut feeling, which 76% of black adults identify with, stating that events impacting black people from their own communities or on a global scale influence their own lives. These connections become exacerbated during conflict. For example, 33% of Ukrainians continue engaging with Russian culture despite the war due to emotional and linguistic familiarity. While an overemphasis on race can dilute identity to monolithic monstrosities of marginalization, these reductions can also be mosaics of shared experience. So, what am I? I'm the Summers, Lauryn Hill, and Pugacheva gushroom speakers. I'm pink, snowbit in cheeks, doktorska kalbasa after we returned from the market, and candles so lanky and thin they look sickly, illuminating Orthodox Jesus' face. Therefore, I believe that merely checking the same box can bring us closer, an act that doesn't dismiss the fact that our identities deserve to be told beyond the checkbox, unbroken and whole as well. Thank you.
Time 7 minutes and 39 seconds.
And another round of applause for Tessa. And our next speaker is Gabriel.
thought. Say you're living on the Malaysian coast, like Tolokama, where some of my family lives. It's a great place. Tropical weather, a beautiful beach, fantastic food. Me and my family go there at least every few months, especially for Hari Raya. But imagine it, in 10, 20 years. What will we see? Not much more but water and trash. That's over 15 years of good memories, of family, of friends, 6 feet under, due to climate change. And yet, who is blamed for this? You! The conversation around climate change always revolves around individual action. What can you do to help the environment? What can you do to save the planet? And I'm here to tell you that you don't matter. Let me rephrase that. Individual action is virtually pointless. And it's not the individual's fault for climate change. Before I continue, I would like to ask a quick question. Who do you think popularized the term carbon footprint? Be patient, I'll get back to that. But first, you need some perspective. Over half of all emissions are done by the energy and industry sectors of the economy. These are factors that you, as a person, have almost no control over. And the things you do have some control over, like your transportation or your consumption, the unfortunate truth is that that isn't going to change much. Something to realize is that as international students or expats, we have a sort of privilege of choice that most people don't. I'm Malay, half, and know a good deal about the Malay lifestyle. And I can tell you, it is not compatible with a sustainable zero-carbon way of life. Picture this. It's a Sunday night and you need a snack or a drink, and the Pasar Malam, or the night market, is open. You drive there in your fuel-inefficient Proton, because the train goes to like 4 places if you're not in the city center, and park next to the hundreds of other cars and motorbikes. You walk out and get some takeaway titare in a plastic bag with a plastic straw, and then you go back into your car and get stuck in traffic for 20 minutes. From an international kid's perspective, this is the furthest thing from sustainable. Yet many Malaysians live like this anyways. And it's not because we are uneducated about the climate, nor is it because we don't care. The reality of it is that it's just way cheaper. I mean, have you seen the price for electric cars? Most people can't afford a radically different lifestyle. Malaysia isn't exactly built for walking. For the vast majority of people, the options that pollute, the petrol, the plastic, those are the only real options. So the problem isn't the people. Everybody needs to live. What it all comes down to, ultimately, is capitalism. I can feel the eyes being rolled. But it's true, everything here is the fault of industries. Companies whose sole goal is to profit. Remember that question I asked at the start? Who popularized the term carbon footprint? Yeah, that was British Petroleum in 2005, a petrol company. And spoiler alert, those aren't environmentally conscious. But they love to greenwash, pushing terrible paper straws and paper bags that are barely sustainable. Or you have terrible tech companies like Tesla, saying that the future are their electric cars and robots. Just ignore the lithium mining to make the batteries. These companies make you complacent, make you feel that these tiny actions are going to save the world as long as everyone does it. But not everyone can. Getting paid and living cheap is just that much more important. The question still remains, what is to be done? Well, I think we ought to take a page from my other half, the French. You know the stereotypes, strikes, protests, riots. But you know, what if they have a point? What if, maybe, the only good action is radical, disruptive, collective action? And I mean the real disruption. Stop work, block roads, hold the picket line. I mean, shoot! They might even have to break a few laws here and there. Like, I know, follow the rules and all that. But I mean, even Greta Thunberg, the liberal climate activist poster child,
at least a few years ago, has both denounced capitalism as a cause for climate change in her book and supported strikes as a method of change. Because strikes do what all other actions don't. They stop the flow of money. That's why the corporations do all this. Money. That's what they care about. That's why they pollute, why they lie. It's all for that cold, hard cash. And short of a communist revolution, which I'm not ruling out, strikes, unionization, disruption is how we can force the capitalists to change. But you won't hear that often, because these companies want you to stay focused on minute, pointless actions, because that takes your attention away from them, from their huge industrial pollutions, from their lobbies, paying off governments to stop any and all public transport, and instead make more roads to sell more cars and so more oil. This is a system that wants you to turn against each other, to punish the unfortunate who can do nothing but pollute because it's just cheaper, while these companies absolutely destroy the environment. And a system like this that prioritizes profit and greed above people and our planet, that's not it. So what can you do? Nothing. Not good. What can we do? We can break free from the propaganda, from the lies, and force these greedy corporations to stop destroying the environment by hitting them where it hurts, their wallets. You are powerless, but we are powerful. And fighting together against the system is the only way to save our world. Thank you.
The time's 7 minutes.
And another round of applause for Gabriel. And our next speaker is Sophia.
Judges ready? The year 2020 was weird. From pantless Zoom calls to the overwhelming popularity of the song WAP, an acronym I will not be spelling out today, don't worry. It's safe to say that 2020 was a special time in our lives. But I saw this obscurity reflected most in my peers. I mean, as I was waiting for my history Zoom call to start one morning, underwear flowing in the air-conditioned wind, I came across a TikTok of a person who introduced me to their split personalities, one of which was a deaf British man with Tourette syndrome, and the other was a gothic asexual cat human. And this wasn't an anomaly. I regularly encountered people my age who claimed to be struggling with a condition of some sort. Yet once COVID ended, practically all of them returned to their pre-pandemic selves and dubbed their past claims of illness as their embarrassing 2020 faces. Adolescence is a time for self-discovery, but my peers weren't simply exploring. They were faking their identities and experiences. Now, their actions may not have stemmed from malice, but they reflected a larger phenomenon. We have placed struggle on a pedestal in modern society, which has resulted in many people exaggerating or faking their own victimhood. And this issue isn't just limited to chronically online teenagers. Remember when Kylie Jenner, who's literally had a publicity team since the age of 8, called herself a self-made billionaire? Or when politician Elizabeth Warren publicly released the results of her ancestry test to prove to us that she was Native American? Well, 1/64th to be exact. We see people trying to emulate notions of struggle all the time. But why do people find hardship so desirable? Well, first, signaling suffering to others to invoke their empathy can be an effective strategy for attaining resources like financial support, sympathy, and attention. Victimhood can also generate certain kinds of power. It can justify the victim's seeking of retribution, provide the victim with a sense of legitimacy to speak on certain issues, and even minimize blame for the victim's own mistakes by delegating accountability to third parties. And finally, if you haven't already noticed, the perpetrators of this issue tend to come from positions of inherent privilege. You know, it's always the person with a notable lack of melanin trying to convince you that they're 1/8 Puerto Rican. This is because the knowledge that you've had advantages in life because of things you can't control, like your race or sexuality, is uncomfortable knowledge. Everyone wants to feel like they're a hardworking participant of an honest, meritocratic system. Knowing that your privilege partially propelled your success can invoke guilt, which compels people to exaggerate or lie about their struggles. And this has dire consequences. For one, false victim signalers dupe people into misallocating and depleting resources that are needed by genuine victims. Take Amanda Riley, a blogger who was exposed in 2022 after lying about having lymphoma, a type of blood cancer. She was able to swindle over $100,000 US from 349 donors because of her deceit. Not only that, but she also commodified a serious issue that countless people deal with. Transforming victimhood from a genuine situation of hardship into a social currency trivializes real conversations about struggle. In 2021, actor Jussie Smollett was arrested after he claimed that he had been brutally assaulted by two homophobic and racist men. But it was later uncovered that he hired them to create publicity. Besides being against the law, the way in which Smollett denigrated something as traumatic and pervasive as a hate crime for personal gain trivialized the pressing issues of bigotry and violence in America. He transformed a serious social justice issue into a mere mechanism for self-promotion, leaving a legacy of damage in his wake. And I also need to be honest about my own role in this cycle. I was born to two international bankers. I've attended private schools for my entire life. I'm straight, and I'm half white. Yet whenever people pointed out these privileges of mine, I'd always quickly downplay them or cite other issues I had endured in my life, desperately trying to convince them that I didn't have it as easy as they thought. But although I have dealt with struggles of my own, I've led an incredibly comfortable life. What's so terrible about admitting that? We were all born into a set of circumstances that are beyond our control. Those circumstances aren't inherently good or bad, and they certainly don't define who we are. Being underprivileged doesn't mean you hold less value than others. Being privileged doesn't mean you're a bad person or that you don't deserve your success. We can't change these integral components of our identities, and we shouldn't want to change them. What truly matters in life is what we do with the cards that we've been dealt. So if you have advantages, use them to uplift those who aren't as fortunate. Introduce conversations about oppression in spaces that perhaps only you, a privileged person, have access to. Donate to causes and volunteer your free time to alleviate the suffering of neglected groups, rather than trying to mimic their plight. Giving this speech today was my way of using my privilege for the greater good. I've been lucky enough to have access to educational resources and my supportive coaches and family, all of which have played a vital role in my journey in speech and debate. So here I am, using that privilege to bring us together through education and communication. And I encourage you to do the same, because remember, privilege is a bridge. We can either walk across it alone or invite others to walk with us. Thank you.
7 minutes and 9 seconds.
Another round of applause for Sophia. And our next speaker is Stella.
Can you just hear me? I have a confession. I've met the guy, you know, the guy. Oh wait, no, hold on, not that guy. I mean the guy who explained literally everything to you, whether you want him to or not. Let me introduce you to Mr. Man. M-A-N. The master of authority on nothing. Mr. Man has a knack for turning every conversation into his own little TED Talk. He's the guy who'll interrupt you mid-sentence just to explain your own thoughts back to you, which eventually leaves you wondering, am I the only one who doesn't understand my own idea? One day, Mr. Man got so out of hand in my class that our teacher, a man, started mansplaining. It was so ironic, it almost made me laugh. Almost. But what is mansplaining? Well, according to the Oxford Dictionary, it's the explanation of something by a man, typically to a woman, in a manner regarded as condescending or patronizing. Yet these definitions alone fail to capture the broader implications of this behavior. While on the surface level, mansplaining may seem like an awkward or irritating moment, we need to acknowledge that it's a systemic issue with actual real-life consequences. When Mr. Man mansplains, he not only diminishes contributions, undermines confidence, but also silences the voices driving innovation and progress. During a group project, as I started to outline my plan for our presentation, I barely got in halfway when Mr. Man cut me off. Guys, what she's really trying to say here is, he began, proceeding to rephrase my idea as his own. I wanted to push back, but I hesitated. Would speaking up make me seem rude, defensive, difficult? So, I stayed quiet, feeling my confidence shrink with every passing second. This is the emotional labor of mansplaining. The constant calculation, second-guessing, and silent decision-makings about whether it's even worth the energy to speak up. That moment constantly replays in my head. And after that, in every group discussion, in every group project, even if I had the ideas, even if I knew my answers were right, even if I had something to say, I stayed silent. I feared being told I was wrong. I feared being interrupted. I feared that he would make me look stupid. And this doesn't just happen in classrooms either, no. We even witness this at higher levels of leadership, like in the corporate world. I mean, if someone ran a multi-billion-dollar company, you'd think their voices would be heard. Yet Sheryl Sandberg, the former COO of Facebook, has spoken about how often Mr. Man interrupts and silences her. Sometimes to finish her thoughts, sometimes to stop her from talking, and sometimes to add her own spin to ideas she had already presented. Research from the University of Michigan backs her up too. The study shows that of 582 interruptions by men witnessed in conference calls, live meetings, and panels, 72% of them were directed at women. 72. And while these interruptions are frustrating, they leave individuals questioning not just their ideas, but their place in the conversation as a whole. This dynamic is captured perfectly
In Rebecca Solnit's book, Men Explain Things to Me. In one essay, she recounts how Mr. Man, or as she referred to as Mr. Very Important, condescendingly explained a book to her. One that she had written herself. Mr. Man went on and on and on about its brilliance and why she had to read it. And at first, Solnit hesitated, going to the extremes, thinking that maybe, just maybe, another book of the same subject came out at the exact same time. It took Mr. Man 4 separate times of someone else telling him to register that the person standing right in front of him was in fact the author. And even though this just seems annoying, it reflects a broader societal problem. Women's knowledge is constantly questioned and our ideas are being pushed to the margins. And when this happens over and over and over again, it's not just these individual women who lose out. It's all of us. When women are repeatedly interrupted, dismissed, or spoken over, their ideas don't get the chance to develop. And when their ideas don't get the chance to develop, we lose innovation, we lose progress, and most importantly, we lose the voices that could be shaping the future. I mean, let's think about this for a second. How many scientific breakthroughs were delayed because the women behind them were ignored? Like Rosalind Franklin, whose groundbreaking work was key to discovering the double helix, yet Watson and Crick took most of the credit. Or Katherine Johnson, Mary Jackson, and Bertie Vaughn, the hidden figures behind NASA's first successful space mission, unrecognized for decades while their male colleagues were celebrated. Their ideas were not overlooked because they weren't brilliant. They were overlooked because no one was simply listening. So, how do we retire Mr. Man for good? Well, first, to you, Mr. Man, we see you. Here's the deal. Condescendingly interrupting someone isn't a helpful contribution. No, it's an ego trip. Let's ask ourselves, am I sharing something that genuinely adds value, or am I talking just to hear myself speak? 9 times out of 10, the most helpful thing you can actually do is listen. Now, to those of you who feel silenced by Mr. Man like I was, Eleanor Roosevelt once said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." Mr. Man only wins if you let him win. So push back when it feels right, or let his words roll off your back, but don't let him define your worth. So the next time someone says, guys, I'll take it from here, remember this. We don't need his validation, because we already belong in the conversation. That the best voices don't come from the loudest voices in the room, but they come from those who create space for others to be heard. Those who understand, and most importantly, those who listen. Thank you.
And another round of applause to Stella. And our final speaker for OO, Sierra.
Judges ready? Audience ready? Try and guess where I'm from. Some of you may think Australia, given my accent, and you would be right. But if I asked you to guess my ethnicity, most of you would get it wrong. I'm Australian Lebanese. But hold on, I know what you're thinking. I'm not half Australian, half Lebanese. Both my parents are Lebanese. But I get why people may think When you picture an Arab person, someone who looks like me probably isn't the first image that comes to mind. Growing up, no one has ever guessed I was Lebanese. Greek, Turkish, Italian were the usual guesses, and this always unsettled me. But my racial ambiguity is just part of the problem. I struggle to find a sense of belonging with my culture, leaving me feeling disconnected, torn between how other people perceive me and how I perceive myself. A sharp disconnect with my heritage, a growing awareness that my cultural roots are slowly dying, and only I can do something about it. The way other people perceive me has led me to over-explain my identity all the time. Saying I'm Lebanese feels incomplete because I grew up in Australia, but saying I'm Australian Lebanese makes people assume I'm half. This internal conflict creates a sense of cultural exile, never fully inhabiting each culture, caught between trying to embrace my ethnicity while feeling the constant pressure to prove this identity to others. Feeling like these roots get stronger when I speak a few words of Arabic in front of my friends or display a Lebanese flag in my room. My longing for people to know where I'm from stems from this insufficient recognition of my ethnicity, a struggle my parents never had to deal with. My parents were born in Sydney, inevitably bound to the stereotypes that come with being Lebanese in Australia, often caught between two worlds, the warm familial nature of our cultural roots and the harsh weight of our stereotypical image. Words like wog and lebo were derogatory labels used to box Lebanese people into narrow and often violent identities. In fact, in 2005 in Cronulla, a suburb south of Sydney, famous for surfing and sunny days by the beach, became a place of terror for Middle Eastern Australians. 5,000 people draped in Australian flags roamed the streets attacking anyone who looked Middle Eastern. Phrases of 100% Aussie pride scrawled in the sand, and slogans like "We grew here, you flew here" flooded the streets and became a new source of segregation. To this day, my dad refuses to set foot in Cronulla. They were the lost generation. Society didn't see them as Australian, but they didn't see themselves as Lebanese. So while trying to escape the weird looks, questioning assumptions, we moved away from the stereotypes and away to reclaim a version of our culture not weighed down by the image painted for us in Australia. Their struggles with identity planted the seeds for my own disconnect, sprouting my diluted sense of cultural identity. But this journey didn't start with them. My grandparents faced their own battles with belonging and stereotypes, though their struggles looked a little different. After immigrating to Australia with a suitcase and a couple $100 in a Ziploc bag, they sought to create a new life, filled with opportunities. Little did they know the reputation that would hold them when they arrived. Boxed into the title of immigrants, seen as complete outsiders, and forced to assimilate into the Australian way of life. Feeling inferior, feeling alienated, no such thing as diversity. Wog, assimilate or struggle. Learn the language. Do what the Australians do. And with each generation, our roots decayed, leaving me and my cousins clinging to the branches that are left. Words, music, traditions. And while my parents brought with us our Lebanese values whilst living internationally, they never taught us the language. Catching only glimpses of phrases I heard repeatedly as a kid, squinting eyes, listening intensely, catching glimpses of words, yet failing to understand miserably. Are they gossiping about a family member? Discussing politics, food, old memories? This disconnect led me to a desperate and shameful attempt to reclaim my identity. Craving a version of Arabness that other people expect, even if it means embracing harmful stereotypes. forcing myself to long for experiences of discrimination, not because I want to suffer, but because suffering feels like the only path to legitimacy. That even if my friends make lighthearted jokes calling me a terrorist, regardless of how messed up it is, my identity will feel validated. But only recently have I realized that my identity doesn't need to be accepted by other people's judgments. This longing stems from a deeper need, an anchor. And even though how roots have withered through every generation, they've never truly disappeared. The cedar tree, Lebanon's national symbol, reminds me of the roots still waiting for me there, waiting for me to nourish them, to feel the pride my parents and grandparents had to suppress. The joy of sitting at the dinner table with the feast enough to feed an army my tatas insisted on cooking. The hospitality we are known for, the warmth and the ability to create a home for others even when we are far from our own. Our culture shifts and shapes us. It's our history, our pride, and the anchor of our sense of belonging. Understanding this identity is complex, but it is your job to discover where your roots lie. Like the famous Lebanese-American poet Khalil Gibran said, "Your body knows its heritage, and your body is the heart of its soul. It is yours to bring forth sweet music from it, or confused sounds." So whether it be where you're born, your heritage, or the country you feel most connected to, embracing your cultural identity is both personal and necessary. Finding your own path to understanding who you are. For me, this means teaching myself Arabic, wearing a necklace with my name in Arabic on it, and allowing myself to finally say, I'm Lebanese, because that's what I am. And that's where my roots will always be. Thank you.
And a final round of applause for Sierra and all the other speakers.
Two microphones.
Got it.
Quick question. You guys have your speaking order? Yeah. You guys check?
Want to announce the order?
It's not in there. All right, everyone come and sit down. All right, go ahead. Teams. Everyone else, can everyone come and sit down? Put cell phones away, please. If you're going to be in here, you're not playing Brawl Stars, not taking pictures, not taking video that's already being filmed for everybody. All right, thank you. Focusing up here. I've been running around all day, so someone's got to remind me. I don't even know who's in class. SAS versus ISB. Well, SAS what? What color?
Red.
SAS red versus ISB. Well, we got no, just guess that. SAS red versus ISB black. Let's start with SAS. From the first, go speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3, and state your name.
Veronica Minto for opposition.
Hi, I'm Simi William Lee. I'm second row reply.
Keisha Sharma, third opposition.
Hi, Ella Wilner, first proposition. Nabi Pilun Hapat, second speaker and reply.
Hi, Pam Kulibua,
Third proposition myth.
Second speaker on both teams, I believe.
Can you tell us the motion, Brent?
This House would abolish the jury system.
We're missing a judge, so I guess I'm judging. All right, judges ready? Our speakers ready? All right, let's rumble and do this, come on!
Opponents ready? Adjudicators ready? Beginning in 3, 2, 1. Justice is fair, justice is swift, and justice is blind. However, when a jury system fails to uphold all of these three metrics, we believe that it must be abolished. I am so proud to propose. As first speaker for the proposition, I'll be going over 2 of our 3 substantives. However, before I get into those, I would firstly like to frame the motion, starting with a few key definitions. The proposition defines jury system as a legal mechanism where a group of randomly selected individuals and citizens are placed in charge towards determining the outcome of a trial. We define abolish as to formally put an end to the practice. Thus, we would also like to acknowledge the policy aspect of the motion today, as said by the "this House would" part of the framing. As a result, the proposition will propose an alternative model in the debate today. What is our alternative for the debate today? We believe that instead of having a jury of citizens, we would instead like to elect a jury of a panel of experienced judges. What does this look like on our counterfactual?
Point of information.
No, thank you. And on our world. We would like to say this looks like we're relying on legal professionals trained to interpret and apply the law instead of relying on normal citizens of every day. This looks like panels of judges and lay judges that are actually dealed and equipped to take on these cases, and as a result, this looks like the systems we can see in Denmark, Sweden, and Germany. Thus, we would like to also set up the burden of proof for the debate today. We believe that a fair burden of proof would be to show that the abolishment of the jury system creates more good than harm. The burden of proof for the proposition will also be to propose an alternative, which we will do. We believe that thus far and conversely, the burden for the opposition today will be to prove the inverse, in which keeping the jury system creates more good when we will show that it doesn't. We would also like to say that the burden of proof will be evaluated through the yardstick of utilitarianism, no thank you, which is greatest amount of good for the greatest amount of people. So, how will we fulfill our burden of proof for the debate today? We will do so by 3 main substantives. Firstly, inevitable bias. Secondly, lack of expertise. And thirdly, alternatives, which will be covered by my second speaker, in which our model will be further developed and weighed. With that, and before I move into my first substantive of POI.
Will you find more diversity at an Ivy League school or a random selection of people in a district?
We believe that we can get sufficient diversity within adjudicators, which I think is what the POI is trying to get at. However, we believe that when it comes to a trade-off between diversity and experience, we would much rather have experienced actors in charge of our legal system in making the decisions than those who might not necessarily be able to enact informed decisions, and as a result, lives can be lost. Which actually leads me to my first substantive on inevitable bias. Humans and therefore jurors are inevitably biased. I believe this is a fact that both sides of the House need to concede to. Why do they need to concede? Because it's supported by science, psychology, and biology. Let's look at things like schema theory. It suggests that the brain automatically organizes information into mental frameworks called a schema. As As a result, we tend to focus on things that confirm our schemas and oftentimes tend to dismiss things that go against our schemas. This creates and reinforces stereotypes, i.e. jurors are more likely to view and side with an expensively dressed businessman in a tailored suit as opposed to a heavily tattooed defendant. However, what does this cause and what does this bias cause? I'll be examining the intersection of bias and law via two main frameworks, type 2 and type 1 errors. Going into a type 2 error, no thank you. A type 2 error occurs when you rule an individual as innocent when in reality they are truly guilty. Let's look at the case of Jeremy Meeks, or as he is colloquially known to the internet, the hot felon. Now, he was arrested for weapon and gang activity. However, because many people sided and believed that he was incredibly attractive, he was given a disproportionately low sentence of only 27 months. In this case, you can see clearly how bias oftentimes interferes with the conduction of justice. You can see this referred to colloquially in the status quo when we're talking about people like serial killers. Oftentimes when the name Ted Bundy or Jeffrey Dahmer got up, instead of the focus being on the hundreds of women that they killed, instead we get quotes and women swooning over them because they are conventionally attractive males. We believe that when this type of mentality enters into juror system, we see a huge capacity for mistakes, setting loose dangerous individuals, and the capacity for a large amount of net harm under our side of utilitarianism. However, before I move on, a point of information.
Jeffrey Dahmer was convicted. How do you respond?
I would like to say that just because he was convicted in the past doesn't mean that that same bias can be present in the cases we see today. As we've seen a lot of people get away with murder because they may be conventionally attractive, because they may be able to sway the jurors better. Just because he was convicted in that case doesn't mean the underlying bias that was present there isn't still true. I would like to now move on to what I believe is the most important part of this substantive, which is when the capacity for bias creates the most harm. This occurs in type 1 errors, where people wrongfully convict someone as guilty when in reality they are innocent. Now, it's a sad fact of life that oftentimes the color of the defendant's skin plays a huge role in determining the outcome or verdict of the trial. For example, people of color amount to 43% of total executions since 1976, and they currently make up 55% of people currently awaiting executions. If we look at the case of George Stinney, in which an all-white jury voted and verdicted to submit a 14-year-old black boy to the death penalty after only 10 minutes of deliberation, we can see the tragic impacts we get when things like skin color, when things like immutable characteristics play a part in the decisions. Because when decisions are oftentimes fueled by prejudice and stereotype, it leads to skewed decisions, it leads to mistakes, and it leads to lives lost when they shouldn't have been. Now, the opposition may argue that, jurors are able to demonstrate empathy, but we would like to say that when this empathy is only selectively applied to certain groups and not extended to the others, that's not empathy. That's a euphemism for bias. People oftentimes form in and out groups in accordance to social identity theory and are much more likely to be polarized and negative towards those out groups. It is for that reason we believe that because human jurors have such a big propensity for polarization, bias, and prejudice, we should not be leaving them in charge of our legal systems and should instead defer to judges who are far more qualified. No, thank you. With that, I would like to move on to my second substantive of lack of expertise. Now, admittedly, most of my knowledge of the legal system comes from this one TV series called Suits. I know objections like lack of foundation and objection relevance, but would you trust me with your legal defense? Absolutely not. So then why are we trusting and deferring decisions that can change lives into the hands of people who do not have the capacity to make informed decisions? Both sides of the House can agree that the law is complex, the law is multifaceted, and the law can be confusing, especially when we get into cases that involve things like patent law, hostile company takeovers, and things like financial fraud. For example, in the Theranos case, a Silicon Valley case where investors were largely defrauded, it took the jury 2 weeks to come to a deliberation because simply they were lost. Sports fans are to referees what civilians are to judges. In fact, in that analogy, sports fans may even be better because sports fans actually care about the game and they bother to learn the rules. There's no guarantee that a civilian will. Consequently, we see verdicts that are not representative of reality, and we see verdicts that are not currently done with informed decision-making processes. How do we address this on our side of the House that they cannot address on their side of the House? Because we place these decisions in the hands of qualified individuals. Judges go through years of legal expertise training. They have to pass standardized mechanisms like the bar test and character fitness. As a result, when we see qualified judges in a panel, we are able to make better, more informed decisions and better able to carry out justice how it should be carried out. And for that reason, I am so proud to propose.
determine if you live to see your son's 10th birthday, or if a woman's rapist will be ever put in prison. They should be kept in the hands of the people, by the people, and for the people. The right to a juror is the only way to serve justice. Never been prouder to oppose. I will do a couple of things in my speech. First of all, I will talk about some rebuttals, then I will go into some key framing, then I will deliver our first substantive on diversity, and then our second substantive on the fundamental right to choose. My second speaker, Zeeling, will deliver a substantive on the evolving judicial system. So first then, on some rebuttals. So proposition comes up here with two main arguments. First of all, why they believe juries have inevitable bias, and second of all, why they think that jurors simply don't have enough expertise to talk about these cases. I'm going to take both of those substantives with some clear evidence. So first, on inevitable bias. We agree that people are inevitably biased, right? Everyone carries their own bias. However, we think that bias is much further exacerbated when there's only one voice in a room. Because when there's only one voice in the room, only one bias is heard, and nothing to contradict that basic level of bias. Right? We see this, right? When white judges are left to deal with a case where there's an African American defendant, their convictions rise 34% in comparison to cases where there's a diverse panel of jurors. Right? We see that everyone has their own biases, but those biases are much more corrected when we have a panel of jurors. Second of all, they come up here with this kind of reasoning that, no, thank you, I'll take it in a second, that people aren't experts and that's why we should come up on jurors. We tell you, that opposition has basic mechanisms that make sure these people are well educated, right? Because we have things like a panel in a room to explain the deliberation to a jury. We have things like an incentive to care. We don't think the jury's going to be like, oh, I'm going to put this person to murder without even thinking about the case. We think that these jurors have a basic level of empathy and therefore they have a reason to care and learn all the rules. I'll take that POI before I move on.
The proposed alternative is not one voice, it's a panel of judges. How does your logic still apply?
We think that even with a panel of judges, those same judges are likely to have very similar backgrounds. They all attend the same colleges, they all went to the same Ivy League school, they all come from the same socioeconomic background, and even then, even because they're great at numbers, they're not more diverse. So there are some key points to set up. Firstly, we think that judges are government appointees that tend to have very similar backgrounds. They attend the same colleges, the same law schools, and they're disproportionately from an older generation, right? The average age of a judge in the US is 69. We don't think proposition can come here and say something else. But also, they're disproportionately white and they're disproportionately male. Second of all, jurors are these non-governmental random appointees from a geographical area, which means they're likely to have different biases that they break up into a room so that they can talk to and cancel with each other. Typically, 12 jurors are randomly selected from an area. Right? Third of all, we think that jurors are mostly only used in these severe criminal cases. This is like the US, Canada, and Australia, where jurors are reserved for criminal cases where the state prosecutes an individual. This looks like rape, murder. This looks like rape or murder. And only in severe cases are they actually even used. This is like a felony, where their use is determined by the number of people impacted and the degree to which that impact happens. Right? This means that jurors are safe for a very few select cases where their presence has this like massive delta on a person's life, and it's their fundamental right to choose how the rest of their life is going to be dealt with. Right? So what is opposition's policy here? We think we want to live in a world that looks like the UK, where if you have no thank you, where in a non-severe, non-criminal case, the magistrate deals with the courtroom. That means a single judge deals with the case. And if there's a more serious case, the defendant has a right to choose whether or not they will be dealt with by the magistrate or the Crown, which is a series of judges. So that right to choose is really, really fundamental to our case. No, thank you. So first then, on the diversity of perspectives. The thesis of the substantive is that when we maintain the fundamental right to a jury, we enable defendants and victims to have stories heard by a variety of perspectives, leading to a more fair trial. There are two layers of analysis here, why we think jurors are inherently more fair, and second of all, why the procedures that jurors go through are also inherently more fair. So as I already explained to you, we think that jurors tend to represent a singular perspective. These are older men who attended these kinds of elite institutions. Even if propositions come up here and be like, oh, we have a panel of judges, fine. I still think that panel is going to have the same life experiences, the same biases, because they went to the same schools, they have the same education system, and they were educated the exact same way. That doesn't change on either side. That doesn't really change in their world. Right? We also think that whereas 70% of jurors are likely to be men, but then it makes a intuitive sense, no thank you, that 6 out of 12 jurors would be women. What does this look like in an opposition world where they take away this right to be tried by a diversity of perspectives? This is like Italy, where the judge said, oh, a woman has red underwear, and therefore her rapist is not a criminal, and she was asking for it to happen to her, and he never got put into jail. Right? We think this looks like a world where these judges bring in they're very conservative biases into the courtroom, and because you can't policy or educate away fundamental biases, we think it makes sense then that those biases continue to exist and limit the extent to which justice can be served. But the second layer here, Judge, is that the way that the fundamental processes that these jurors use also contributes to a more fair judicial system. Because the way jurors work is that after the hearing, jurors go into this kind of room, and with the 11 other jurors from diverse perspectives, from diverse backgrounds, they all deliberate the case, and they're forced to say what they think and why they think that. No, when you're forced to explain why you think something is true, you're more likely to think deliberately about that outcome, and you're more likely to be corrected by your peers. Right? Studies show that on average, jurors spend 45 more minutes deliberating a case than a judge does, which is really, really important because they use that time to think about logic and the impact of their logic, making a lot less factual errors. But the impacts of this are massive because we think that if you can increase the fundamental accuracy of the legal system for both defendants and victims, you can change their life. This debate is about if we should spend an extra 45 minutes and invite more perspectives into the room, where it happens, and what happened is a death penalty or justice for a family who lost their son. We think that juries simply don't cut corners, and juries can deliver justice fast. But then, onto my second substantive on the fundamental principle of choice. Right? The thesis of this point is that when someone's life path is on the line, they have this inalienable right to choose whether they have a right to jury. The principal parallel here is medical patients, because when a medical patient is going through this kind of life-changing surgery, we give them the same right to choose what kind of procedure they're going to go through. Judge, note here this is a non-consequential principal argument. No, thank you. Even if all the practical material in this case falls, we think we can win this entire debate simply on the metric that we best deliver the right to choose in the most dire circumstances where it is absolutely necessary. These are not simple cases, right? It's not like an everyday civil trial where you see like a car race and then someone takes a video of the car speeding and they're like, oh, what do you think? No, these are really complex criminal cases, right? These cases require human connection. They require human storytelling. And if a defendant believes that a juror is more likely to understand their perspective, more likely to actually hear them out than some old person they've never met before, we think they deserve that right to be heard by the jury. Alright, note then, the acquaintance life is on the line, right? These juries will determine if they'll be out in 10 years, if their kids will have a dad, or if they'll be electrocuted by a string in 6 months. We don't cut corners on the fundamental right to autonomy in these circumstances. But furthermore, we think that jurors also serve as a fundamental check on government, because when you allow these jurors into a room, when you let them have different opinions of what a judge has, than what a judge who's like this government official has, I think you enable them to you enable these defendants to choose whether a government that's strong in the past will decide the rest of their life, or if the juror will. We don't think the government should choose who lives or dies, so proud to oppose.
Judges ready? Audience ready? Opposition ready? I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Judges and audience members, I have a proposition for you, and that being, instead of having you 5 decide the outcome of today's debate, we're going to call in 12 random Taipei American School students and have them decide which team takes today's debate. Now, clearly, there are many obvious issues with this. Namely being that these Taipei American students that would be called in, as nice as they might be, they do not have the technical understanding of things like yardstick, things like burden of proof. They do not understand debate the same way that the judges or the people in this room do. And that is a fundamental issue of trial by jury. Good morning, and in today's speech, I'll be going over a third and final substantive, that being alternatives. But before I do that, let me rebut and go over a few points brought up by side opposition. Now, they bring to you 3 points, that being diversity, the right to choose, and an evolving judicial system. Now, to address their first point that being inevitable bias, they say that one bias is worse than many biases. Now, our proposed mechanism, as my first speaker pointed out, was actually a panel of judges. So there were going to be multiple biases in both sides of the house. And they also give you this false characterization, not at this moment, apologies. And they also give you this false characterization of what the justice system looks like. They tell you that all judges are these old white guys who all attend Harvard Law. Firstly, that's not true. Secondly, that's not an accurate characterization of the justice system today. Even if that were true, we can see that this is rapidly changing. We can see that not all judges are what side opposition has characterized them to be. We can see that this is rapidly evolving, that more minorities are becoming judges, and more opportunities are being given to these minorities. Not at the moment, apologies. Now, with the jury, we can also see that this issue of lack of diversity is still existent. Why? Because jurors are selected based on demographics. If a black man is tried in a majority white county, biases still exist. The biases that side opposition point out still exist, and they're exacerbated because jurors are less aware of their biases. Before I continue, a point of information.
We told you that the majority, the average age of the judges in the U.S. are 69. Judges take a long time to reach that level. We can't contend with the fact that this is changing over time.
I don't believe that was a question. So I'm just going to continue, but the point I think you're trying to get is that there's a lack of diversity within judges, and even if we can see that that's true, and even if we can see that the demographics of judges are mainly the same, we can still say that judges are aware of their biases more so than the average juror, so their point falls. They also bring up the point of 12 jurors deliberating to share their thoughts, resulting in better justice. Now, this is a motion that we have to regret, because this actually erodes at justice. We can see debate judges were asked before reaching a final verdict to not discuss their thoughts or viewpoints with one another. Why? Because they can influence the opinions of others. This is especially true in a jury system where one person will easily influence others because they are less aware of their inherent biases and they've not gone through the same training that professional judges have. Not at this moment, apologies. Now, they also say that jurors take longer to deliberate. Yeah, they take longer to deliberate because they have no understanding of the legal system and they have to take more time to actually understand how the law works. Now, moving on to our third substantive, which also takes down a few of their points, which is alternatives. I'm going to go over the alternative brought to you by our first speaker, why it's justified, why it works, and why it's better. Now, the alternative that we provide is instead of having a jury, we have a panel of judges and instead of juries to decide cases. Now, we're going to be relying on legal professionals who are trained to interpret law and evidence more accurately than ordinary citizens in a jury. The characterization that we'll give is countries like Germany and Sweden, where there's a mixed panel of professional judges and lay judges. In Germany, this is called Strafverteidigung. That was a really bad pronunciation. But either way, the difference between lay judges and jurors is that jurors are randomly selected from the population, and lay judges are appointed or elected. And jurors, the verdict is usually given as a group decision, meaning that it has to be unanimous or a majority. Now, opposingly, lay judges attend proceedings about once a month, receive a nominal cost-covered pay, and are used typically in countries with no jury systems. So they have a higher level of legal expertise, similar to magistrates that side opposition provides to you in the United Kingdom. So their example is actually closer to our characterization of lay judges. Now, we can both concede that law is an intricate and difficult field, right? So judges have ethical and professional obligations to deliberate intentionally. The same way that we call upon doctors instead of random people to decide what to do when a surgery is happening, we should be calling upon citizens to decide the outcome of trials because they don't have the legal expertise to fully understand and interpret the law. Now, moving on, this is justified because with a jury system, we can see that biases are exacerbated, we can see that juries lack the needed expertise, and we can also see that it turns the public against the justice system. Firstly, we already established under side proposition that biases are worse under side opposition. We proved this through schema theory, social identity theory, that jurors likely lack the awareness of these biases. And we can see that judges still do have a certain level of bias, but they're more likely to recognize and more likely to have an incentive to make a fair decision. Why? Because judges face tangible consequences when they make a very clear wrong decision. Licenses can be revoked, they can lose credibility, and at extreme cases, they can be held accountable and punished by law. However, under jury systems, juries are biased, but they aren't held accountable. They don't have the same incentive to make a fair decision or to truly deliberate and to evaluate. Local jury duty only pays around $9 to $12 in the United States, while on a federal level, it only pays around $50 to $70. Now, you can frame jury duty as a civic responsibility, but the reality is, for people living from paycheck to paycheck, this is serious flaw within the system. Trials can take up to 7 weeks, and even if the judge grants an exemption for these people, people still lose several days of pay due to jury selection. Another point that I'd like to preemptively rebut is even if they point out that we can omit these people, this results in juries lacking diversity in socioeconomic backgrounds. We can see that jury duty has and will continue to turn people against the justice system. A research study in 2019 showed that 40% of surveyed U.S. jurors reported that jury duty significantly disrupted their life, resulting in increased negative perceptions towards the justice system.
Information?
Sure.
Schemas are determined by life experience, meaning that a lower income or minority person is likely to more deliberately think about minority cases. How do you respond?
A minority person or a lower income person is also likely to not be very happy with the fact that jury duty has taken away 3 weeks of pay from them. So I don't exactly see how this point stands. Additionally, we can still see diversity of thought and diversity of background with judges. This is a characterization that side opposition has provided to you, which I believe simply false. Now, the proposed alternative, they may say that this will be costly and hiring all of these lay judges will come with massive expenses. Now, I'd like to say that the same way the Taiwanese National Hospital doesn't call me in to conduct surgeries to cut costs, we should be calling in lay people or juries just because it's cheaper. By the way, it's not even significantly cheaper. Jury duty still costs the US billions of dollars a year. In status quo, the court systems are massively underfunded. And to alleviate this issue isn't to create more jury systems. What we do to alleviate this problem is we have a reallocation of funds. Trial by jury is ineffective and inefficient. We can see that it takes longer because these juries need to be selected, they need to be educated on the case, and even then, they run the risk of not understanding the intricacies of law. Juries cannot agree, it ends up in mistrials, ending up wasting more resources and time. Now, there's a reason why so many countries like Germany, Romania, Japan, and Denmark have ended jury duty. Because simply to create the best outcomes in our court systems, fair verdicts must be made to ensure that justice works for the people, free of bias. And for those reasons, I have never ever been prouder to be proposed.
Judges, the structure of my speech will be very simple. I'm going to take you through the core contentions in this case, the 3 substantives they've brought up, and show you why the main clashes so far this debate were clearly ahead. Then I wanted to show you why the dropped argument they had that came up in Rodika's speech is in fact very, very important and a unique path to victory in this debate. Then I'm going to give you a 3rd substantive about how we have a better evolution of the law, which is another unique path to victory on our side of the House. First, on Prop 1. Their main argument in Prop 1 is one about bias on both sides, and about the lack of expertise for juries. Regarding bias on both sides, we tell you a couple things here. First, we think bias don't influence jurors nearly as much as compared to their model of judges. Why? A couple things here. First, just based on the number on the panel, there's a fundamental checking mechanism that we have that you don't have. You have 3 people, we have 12 people. We think that in of itself leads to more representation and more effective bias checking. Furthermore, at the point in which you're saying that juries, no thank you, deliberating is very bad, I'm going to assume that, therefore, on your side of the House, even when you have a panel of 3 judges, you don't have deliberation on your side of the House. Therefore, even if you have 3 judges, the bias happening on their side of the House is still very, very significant. Because take the example we gave you about Italy, where the woman with red underwear was where her assaulter was not convicted of rape because she was wearing red underwear. We tell you that even if in your three judges in the panel, even if one of the judges was a woman and she had some common sense and said, hey, clearly this is not right, the 2 men on the panel may have still overridden her with a 2-to-1 vote. We think that is fundamentally unjust. We think your bias checking mechanism simply is non-existent, and we don't think that works. Furthermore, how do we check bias on our side of the House? We tell you we have checks and balances to make sure juries are balanced. For example, the Voltaire process of striking juries and the Batson challenge to make sure that extreme scenarios, like what Ella talks about, with an all-white jury convicting a black person to a death sentence, doesn't really happen. What does this look like? We say that the defendant can say in this situation, wait a moment, clearly a jury of all white people judging a black person isn't very fair. So they can use the Voltaire process to strike some jurors to make sure the jury is representative. If the defendant then abuses his power of Voltaire, the prosecutor can issue a Batson challenge, but this will go under review. If it's fair, then it stands. If it's unfair, then it falls. Therefore, we have checks and balances to make sure that biases don't impact this. The last thing I want to say here about bias is that we think that when you really look at the efficacy on either side, we tell you when you look at death sentencing in the US, on the overturn rates, 68% of death sentences that overturned are by the judges, and 50% are the juries. So we tell you when you look at the statistics of only 50% of death sentencing being overturned by juries, but much more of 68% of overturned cases being by the judges, we think that's very significant. Yeah, I'll take it.
Does the speaker believe that misconstruing our case to the bare minimum of 3 judges is extreme and rather uncharitable?
You have a panel of judges. I'm assuming in your model you said Sweden, those have 3 to 5 judges. We have 12 juries. We think that's fair. If you want to clear that up, I misunderstood. If you want to clear that up later, that'd be great. Then, on this second substantive about lack of expertise, we have a couple responses here as well. First, we tell you that juries have an incentive to learn the law to make sure that they're executing the law correctly. Because especially since this is very extreme cases, very severe cases of civil and criminal law, we think that they'll treat it very importantly, they'll try their best to learn the law and make sure they're doing the best job they can. Second, we think lawyers on that side of the house will put in a strong and significant effort to make sure that the juries know exactly what's going on. They'll make sure that things are understandable. Third, we think juries aren't stupid, right? Like, the common people don't understand what is going on in the courtroom. Oftentimes these things aren't about legal struggles, but rather they're about murder and what is right and what is wrong in society. And we think that is very important, and we think juries can carry out this too. Fourth, even in the deliberation process within the jury, there are legal advisors to make sure that juries know exactly what is going on. Fifth, we think the deliberation process in and of itself is good. Then I'm going to address the third substantive about payment for jurors. We think the response here is very simple. We think we can just pay the jurors more and pay them what they usually earn. I'm going to serve national service in Singapore pretty soon, and I'm going to be the reservist for 10 years. When I get called back for 2 weeks every single year, the government will compensate me for my 2 weeks of salary. We think that that is a very fair model, that is feasible, that is doable. I'll take one more point before I move on.
Does the speaker believe there are no checks and balances such as audits for judges? If bias is shown in a judge, are they not told to recuse themselves?
We think it is significant enough to the point, and has happened frequently enough to the point, where your checks and balances haven't been effective. Alright, then, I've provided to you and shown you why we've won the 2 clashes on bias and experience. However, we think a very important substantive came out of Roderick's speech about the fundamental right to choose. We told you this is a non-consequentialist principle. Regardless of the practical benefits they're able to prove, we think the right to choose trumps all of this. Even if, say, it is less efficient, at the point in which it is their decision, for example, like a medical treatment, we don't understand why they can't have the right to choose this. Therefore, just on this principle, we should win this debate. Lastly, then, I'm going to give you another unique path to victory, our third substantive, about evolution of the law. The thesis of the substantive is that we won't abolish the jury system because when juries are present, there can be evolution of the law. Why? Because we told you that juries vote and act based on societal values. On both sides of the house, there are some laws that are very archaic, that don't reflect values, and need to be revisited. And when this is the approach, and this is the reality that we have to contend with, we tell you that juries oftentimes vote in accordance with what society actually wants, even if it is not following the letter of the law. What does this look like, and why is it such a good thing? We told you in the 1850s in the US, northern juries repeatedly refused to convict people for violating the Fugitive Slave Act, weakening the law, and leading to its eventual appeal. Comparatively, we tell you that judges are much more likely to abide by the letter of the law, since that's what they're trained to do. Then, what is consistent throughout our case is abundantly clear that a jury's lack of legal training and expertise, like we want to point out in the second substantive, is a feature of our system, not a bug to be fixed. Therefore, we tell you that we're the side that is much, much more likely to challenge and change archaic laws, for example, like the Fugitive Slave Act. I think this weighs very significantly in this debate, and this debate winning in of itself if left unrebutted, because even if it doesn't happen super frequently, even if it doesn't constantly lead to legal reform, we tell you the ramifications of it leading to even a singular legal reform of changing a law like the Fugitive Slave Act is very beneficial. Having one oppressive law in society like the Fugitive Slave Act is very significant. Therefore, I think we're the side that actually is able to affect fundamental change in the law. We tell you that a core feature of juries is a lack of expertise, and we think we're okay with that. So proud to propose.
Is everyone ready? Okay. I'm going to start my case in 3, 2, 1. In the most dire medical circumstances, the doctor will consult with their medical team rather than asking 12 random people in the hospital on how they should best operate on the patient. It's the same way with our legal system. We would instead prefer to have a team of legal professions, a panel of legal professions, who are able to discuss the issue at hand for those who are most affected so that they can best earn justice. We would rather have this than have 12 jurors on that panel. Okay, as the third speaker of side proposition, I will be doing 3 key things within my speech today. First, I'll be rebutting against the case of side opposition. Secondly, I'll be going over some key clashes within today's debate. And thirdly, I'll be doing a brief summary of my team's case. Okay, so I'm going to get on to some key rebuttals first. On side opposition, they mentioned on this concept of diversity of opinion as touched on by their first speaker and their second speaker. However, I'd argue against this and say that with their example, for instance, like the UK, there are several countries out there where jurors don't get paid for the work that they do within the jury system. And as a result, when people who are working long hours and are working jobs that pay low wages are selected and are chosen to be part of the jury system, then this ends up creating more conflict because these people don't actually have the moral obligation to do this. They instead want to prioritize getting the money from their job. They don't want to miss 2 to 7 weeks of their job and lose that income as characterized by my second POI. Therefore, they don't have that moral obligation. I'll address your POI in a bit, but thank you. Okay, so then what we see in this case is we see that instead legal professions, we see that judges, a panel of judges would instead have the moral and ethical obligation to do it because it's their job. They've been practicing law as a profession for a long period of time, whereas jurors don't have the same moral and ethical obligation, which is exclusive to our side of the house. Furthermore, jurors are less likely to be held accountable, whereas judges are, because it's their profession to do this. If a judge uses their bias and screws up a case, then they're more likely to be held accountable in that sense. I'll take your POI.
Yeah, perhaps some jury systems right now aren't perfect, like with your example of payment, but we tell you we can do reform and policy this away instead of abolishing it. You have to justify why you have to abolish it. Please respond.
Thank you for that POI. We say that we should abolish it instead because we say that we say that right now the jury system is underfunded. The key reason for that is because it takes so much time to make and formulate and come to a decision. It takes around 2 to 7 weeks. And that takes up 2 to 7 weeks. We're taking up time with 12 people who don't specifically want to do that. They don't feel the moral obligation to perform on that job. I hope that addresses the POI. The second rebuttal I'm going to get onto is how judges are able, on how they talked about how judges will share the same opinion because they went to the same school, the same Ivy League. However, we say that even if this is an unfair characterization, but even if this is true, we say that judges will still vary in opinion because they have different judging experiences. Because they have different judging experiences, then they may have different opinions, and that can still result in discourse and discussion and coming to fair conclusions. We say at the same time, they pointed out the statistic that judges take a quicker time to deliberate than jurors, therefore judges have more bias because of that. But we say that this is not true. We say that judges don't care less because they take less time to deliberate than jurors. We say that they take quicker time because they're more experienced. If you've had more time riding a bike, you're more likely to be able to ride that bike faster than someone who's had zero experience in law prior to that and just getting onto that straight away. They brought up the example in third of Fugitive Slave Act, which I think is too late to bring up in third, but I'll still engage on it anyways. With the Fugitive Slave Act, what we call this in legal terms is we call it jury nullification, and it's something that rarely happens, therefore I think they should bring that up as a case study on their side of the house. Now I'm going to get onto some key crash points, but yes.
Would you rather have your doctor spend 30 minutes on your surgery or an hour and a half on your surgery?
Thank you for that POI, but if your doctor is super experienced, I'd rather have 30 minutes. The longer you leave the wound open, then the more likely they're going to be exposed to infections. I don't want that to happen if I am I'm going to get on to some key clash points. Today I have 2 clash points for you judges. Firstly, I have which side is able to uphold the purpose of the law. I noticed in third speaker they brought up this idea on the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. So I'm going to talk about that. We're going to measure the purpose of the law to the letter and the spirit. And when we look at this, we look and say that utilitarianism, the way that we're wording it in this motion, is we're going to say that it's going to be able to see which side is able to better fulfill justice in an efficient manner. On side proposition, we talked to you about how we would have a panel of judges to do this idea of a panel of judges who are experienced within the legal profession. So we say that they understand the letter of the law better because they simply know the law better, they simply studied it at school. We said that they also understand the spirit of the law better as well because in school they study the historical context that the law was set in. They understand, and therefore they understand the consequences that these people would face when they are going to be faced in trial with this law. And therefore, since they have that knowledge, they're able to understand both the letter and the spirit of the law in that sense. But it asks you the crucial question. Why is it important to uphold the purpose of the law? We said that it's important because we want to make sure that innocent people remain innocent. We want to make sure that those that are guilty receive appropriate punishment. And that's how the justice system works, and that's how our side is able to best fulfill that in our utilitarianistic yardstick. On side opposition, what they say is we won't abolish the jury system. We're instead going to have 12 random people come up within the jury, and these jurors will learn the law from the judges. But we say that this is something that can't happen because my first speaker characterized that in some countries like the US, the criteria to become a juror is really vague and narrow. It's very vague in the sense that you just have to be over the age of 18 and not mentally incapable in order for you to become a juror. Since the criteria for that is very vague and can apply to practically anyone who is an adult, then we can say that that's something that's not going to be beneficial on their side of the house in terms of making decisions, in terms of giving quick crash courses on the law when people in dire situations. The second crash point I'm going to get to is which side is able to better handle bias. So on the opposition side of the house, they brought up how juries will bring up different opinions and how this creates some sort of benefit in terms of handling with the bias. However, we argue and say that judges are less likely to be influenced by bias when they're making decisions because they've received the training to understand things like psychology. They've received the training to understand things like personal bias, to understand things like fallacies. So now I'm going to do a quick summary of my team's case. Today we brought to you 3 key substantives on our side of the house. We brought to you the idea of inevitable bias. Inevitable bias, my first speaker brought up the idea of schema theory and how stereotypes are often found by jurors when they make decisions, and these decisions can cost justice in the long run. The second thing we talked about is the idea of lack of expertise. We talked about the Silicon Valley case and how it leads to how these jurors have to deal with complex cases, thus why it leads them to have more time to deal with these cases cases, and this leads to more inefficient spending, and is why on their side of the house, we shouldn't invest this extra funding to do it when we can have legal professions who make that decision much quicker, like my doctor analogy earlier. And then we brought up our third substantive, which is on the analysis of alternatives, where we brought up this idea of having a legal panel that actually makes these decisions. Because at the end of the day, I'd rather close that wound up faster and rather than leave it open. I am so proud to
Before I start my speech, I just want to thank my coach, Mr. Kay, my team beside me, the opposition, and everyone here today for making such a great IASAS. Just want to say that. Okay, I'm good now. I don't know much about the legal system. Well, maybe I do a little bit more now. But what's really great about every single human here today is that we can learn. And we're willing to take the process to learn about new things because we as humans have brains that can function and process new information. Which means that juries in a situation where they're faced with deciding what happened to someone's life are very likely to learn because humans are emotional creatures. We care about each other, we care about the people in front of us. Insofar as I'm still getting paid, and again, as my second speaker brought up, this can be policy to get paid with my salary that I would have gotten. Insofar as I'm getting paid, I'm being fed, and there's a human in front of me which life I have to decide on, I'm going to care about them, and I'm going to learn about them, because that's what humans do. Okay, first thing I want to talk about here before I get into the three clashes as to why we win this debate is the fact that a proposition strategic mistake is not actually proving why they need complete abolishment. They give you a lot of reasons why juries might not be the most effective in some cases. And you know what, Judge? I completely agree. In some complex IP cases, maybe a jury isn't the best idea. But insofar as we can prove to you why even in a singular case a jury is more effective, their idea of abolishing the jury system as a whole completely falls. Because they can tell you that jurors aren't paid enough. They can tell you we can pay them more. They can tell you that jurors should be given more legal expertise, more time to deliberate. We can give them more. They need to justify as to whether they've abolished it, and so far they've failed to do so. Okay, now which cases are juries actually used? We told you this happened in severe criminal and civil cases. These are cases where things are not clear cut. What happens in the majority of criminal cases? There's a plea bargain. You plead guilty or not guilty. It goes to a judge. The person is processed. Juries aren't needed. It is only when the defendant believes that I need a jury of my peers to decide whether or not I committed this crime because I don't trust the government that has oppressed me for so long. It is in these cases where juries are so necessary. And when they haven't proved to you why in these cases the juries cannot be used, we still take this debate. Okay, not right now, thank you so much. What are our three paths to victory here? There's a very clear one. Where are better decisions made? And I think this is the most important clash of this debate, and I think both sides kind of contest this. And the main theme here is on bias. What do we tell you on our side of the house? We told you that we inherently have more perspectives in the room. We have things like Gordier, we have things like the Basel Challenge. We're much more likely to get a diverse set of people. They say that yes, okay, judges are becoming more diverse over time. They can't not accept the fact that judges could take a long time to get to the judge level. Your people are going to be older. Judges historically have been from privileged communities. Your judges are going to be from a different socioeconomic class. They can't contend with that and brush it away by saying it's getting better. We need to talk about the status quo, what's going on right now. The fact is, we just get more diverse people because we're pulling from the population. What does this mean? We have multiple perspectives and multiple people in the room to deliberate on what they believe is true. I'm much more likely to lose a fight if every single one of you started debating with me rather than two of my peers. But actually what happened on their side of the house, because they hate deliberation, none of the judges talk to each other. They only submit their ballots or their decisions and it simply goes through. So for their ideas of checks and balances and discussion and deliberation, it completely falls on their side of the house. So we're much less likely to have groupthink. Then, what do we also tell you? They told you that jurors care. Why are jurors actually going to make better decisions? Because this is not something they do every day. Judges see hundreds, if not thousands of cases every single week. They tell you this makes them faster. We tell you this is actually a very harmful thing. Because jurors are people who don't do this very often. This is a once in a couple months kind of thing. So when they're faced with such a critical decision, they're going to comb through the evidence in a way that you wouldn't imagine. They're going to care so much because that's what humans do. This is human nature, right? So insofar as we can prove that jurors take a lot more time to deliberate, take a lot more time to make decisions, and have a lot more perspective in the room, we tell you that better decisions are anyways going to be made on our side of the house. Their only contention or their only response to this is, hey, we have a panel of judges. If they have a panel of judges, we already told you by their firm a certain economic class, then they respond by saying it's getting better. We tell you that we need to look at the world right now. But then they also say that they're going to have lay judges and some, common people kind of working, coming in once a month. Why does this also fall? This falls because when you have somebody who is a lay judge and has an actual very experienced judge, the lay judge is much more likely to subvert and not say their own opinions because they think the actual judge is going to be more right, even if they have a contention with what the actual judge is saying. That's why it's so important to have a jury of everybody who are learning from the case itself and learning completely new from the case because they're not extrapolating information that they might have learned before. This is why better decisions are made on our side of the house. So I think we've already won this debate on this front. But why do we still win the debate on where the principle still stands? Yes, before that I'll take a POI.
According to the opposition, if fixing the jury system was as simple as investing in it, why do we see minimal investment in the status quo?
I'm not sure. Okay, the problem isn't whether or not we should invest in it or not. It's whether or not we should abolish it. And if it can get better with investment, I don't think it's worth abolishing. Okay, where does the principle still stand? We gave you a clear principle in Veronica's speech that defendants have a right to choose how their trials are done. Why is this so important, and why did this go completely uncontested on side proposition? This is important because we gave you the parallel, right? If I'm in a white county where my jurors are likely to be all white, you know what? My judges are also much more likely to be all white. I'm much more likely to get convicted by a system of government that's inherently oppressive. We're not only talking about the US, we're talking about places like South Africa with apartheid. We're talking about places like India with a lot of misogynistic ideals. I'm much more likely to get a diversity of perspectives, people that actually listen to my voice and resonate with me of a jury of my peers rather than judges who have gone through a very, very similar process, who have gone through the same type of education. We tell you this coming out of first. We told you this, the right to choose is inalienable and inconsequential arguments. If everything else falls, this is what we want to uphold. Because it doesn't matter whether or not juries or judges are better. It matters that I have the right to choose how my trial goes. Insofar as they have very little response coming out, and they tell me that, hey, why is your third bringing up stuff when I guess I'm the third speaker, I'm not really sure what happened there. As soon as we tell you that, we clearly take this debate because they have failed to respond to it, and coming out in reply is far, far, far too late. Okay, so we've already won on why we make better decisions, and we've already won on why the principle still stands. But why do we still win, even if you don't believe anything I just said? Why do we still win on where the public has better belief in the judicial system? We told you that the Fugitive Slave Act, we've given you multiple examples of the law evolving over time. Their only response to this, hey, it's too late coming out of second opposition. Not really sure, again, what happened there. But why does it still stand regardless of their responses? They told us that, hey, look, judges can also maybe, change laws over time. What we told you is that juries are much more likely to be a check and balance on the government. They told you about, judges need to recruit you, they have audits and they have to recuse themselves. We say we have that on our side of the house too, but the fact is we have an extra check and balance on the government that they simply don't have. Judges are part of the government inherently. They're factors and people who have been trained and trained inside the government and within governmental systems. Insofar as you have an extra check and balance and actual transparency from the public, we are anyway better for the judicial system and the public's belief in the judicial system, making it a better judicial system overall, allowing the law to evolve. I've proven to you I won in 3 different paths. I think it's really, really clear that it's an opposition balance. I'm so, so proud to oppose.
I think there's a reason we, as SAS and ISB, are engaged in a debate right now. We should all agree that deliberation with defense and logic matters. Challenging ideas is important, discussion is important, debate is important. So proud to oppose. I'm going to walk you through our three paths to victory here. First, let me debate about the accuracy of ruling. There's three things here about bias, deliberation, and expertise. I'm going to walk you through the arguments made on all three here. One, on bias. I think bias is so much worse on their side because sure, maybe not every judge is loyal, but most are. Maybe not every judge went to a top elite school, but many did. We tell you at the point in which you don't have these bias checking mechanisms. When your bias checking mechanisms are not effective in the first place, we don't think you win here. Second, on deliberation. I'm still not quite sure if they want deliberation or not. Sometimes they say deliberation is bad and it leads to one person persuading everybody else. Sometimes they say maybe they should deliberate, but just for a teeny tiny bit before they get the right decision. Perhaps they should deliberate on that before a problem comes up. But we're clear, deliberation is good. Third, on expertise. We think Jaysha is very clear here and told you that, hey, we don't think expertise here is a problem and it hasn't been a problem in the past. We told you from Jaysha's speech that 80% of decisions made by a jury are agreed with by a judge in the trial. We told you that Radhika said that in another controlled study, the way juries and judges independently reason through complex cases is very similar. We told you that a lack of expertise doesn't mean that juries can't make the right decision. Therefore then, on accuracy, I think it's incredibly clear that we win by having less bias, by having actually effective bias checking mechanisms, by having deliberation, and by making the right decisions. Then, I think what loses this debate in two other ways, because I've already won it once, but I'm going to win it 2 times over for you, is one, our substantive about law evolution. We're very clear here that we're able to have the law evolve. Because we told you that some laws are very archaic, that the law should be a living and breathing thing, and then when it becomes outdated, you need to have a mechanism to change it. We told you that juries can do this because they can vote in accordance with what society actually values. And through jury nullification, we can have the law evolve. The response here was very simple. They said, actually, not very important, because jury nullification doesn't happen that often. But I've already preempted this in my speech and told you that even if it doesn't happen that often, even if you just appeal one law, at the point in which you get one oppressive law, like the Fugitive Slave Act, out of the world, we told you that just weighing on utilitarian impacts here is significant enough to win the debate. The last thing that they keep failing to contend with is this principle that we brought you up in first as so stands about the right to choose. We think trial is a scary thing. We think that people should have the agency to determine how the fate of their life gets decided. We think that having this right is an inalienable principle, and it's the reason why many countries have this in the first place. At the point in which we've told you that this is a non-consequentialist principle that ought to be rebutted, and they fail to do so in 3 speeches, we think that it stands, because you can't possibly rebut this in proper law. Therefore, because of these 3 paths to victories, I think it is incredibly clear we should go for it. So proud to oppose.
Everyone ready? Okay. I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Going back to my first introduction in second speaker, regardless of whether we brought a panel of 5 judges or 12 TAS students, I think both groups would agree that side proposition has taken today's debate. And that is for 3 key questions. Firstly, which side of the house gives you a better characterization of status quo? Secondly, which side of the house gives better justice? And thirdly, which side of the house brings better societies? Now, on the question of which side of the house gives you a better characterization of status quo, I'd like to compare the side of proposition and opposition. Opposition tells you that all judges are old white guys who went to Harvard Law. We say that that's an unfair characterization, that this is rapidly changing, and we say that even if that's true, judges have huge and various different experiences, and they're more aware of the law and of their own different inherent biases. Now, on our side of the house, we tell you that jury systems are massively ineffective, and that they turn people against the justice system. They bring you the argument to just buy or just pay jurors more. And my third speaker said that we shouldn't funnel more money into a dysfunctional system in our last class. Because we've shown that the jury system doesn't work, and the world isn't just guys that look like my debate coach in courts. And on our side of the house, we've also proven that even if we lose on diversity of thought, which we don't, we win because experience and awareness of bias in law should be valued over opinions of random people. And for those reasons, we've taken the question of which side of the house gives you a better characterization of status quo. Because we've proven to you what these courts actually look like, the impact of the biases of jurors, and the impact of the biases of judges. And we tell you that the biases of jurors vastly outweighs the biases of judges who have experienced professional training and who have vast knowledge of the law and of their own biases. Now, in our third speech, they also mentioned that we failed to respond to their point on diversity. We did not. We told you this in second and third, that diversity doesn't necessarily increase on their side of the house with jury duty. Now, on the second question of which side of the house provides better justice, on side opposition, their win is reliant on the assumption side opposition winning is reliant on the assumption that people who are called into jury duty care. They provide you with no mechanism for how they actually deliver more effective and efficient justice. Now, on side opposition, we tell you that bias is inevitable. This is something that both sides of the house agree, but we tell you that which side of the house exacerbates bias. It's side opposition's side of the house that exacerbates bias. But why? Because we tell you that judges are more likely to be aware of the inherent biases, while jurors are not. Jurors are more likely to be unaware of their inherent biases, leading to more wrongful convictions because they lack the proper training. They also bring them to the point about caring about the accused, how jurors can care about the people who are being sentenced, and we've told you time and time again that this is not enough to come to a correct conviction. Now, on the final question of which side of the house brings better societies, we tell you that people are not forced to engage in the justice system. When people are not being forced to engage in the justice system through jury duty, that is when their viewpoint of the justice system and of court systems increase. When they're not being forced into jury duty, when they're not being forced to engage with the justice system through jury duty, this is when trust in the justice system increases. Now, because we win on the question of which side of the house provides better justice, and we've proved to you that bias is inevitable but is actually exacerbated on their side of the house, because we've proven to you that our side of the house gives you a better characterization of status quo, and because we've proven to you that ultimately the abolishment of jury duty should be supported. Why? Because bias is inevitable, but it's actually exacerbated on their side of the house. Because a lack of expertise of jurors leads to wrongful convictions and leads to worse outcomes for the justice system and for court systems. And because there are alternatives that are better than jury duty, that provide you the same level of diversity of thought, or even more, and that provide you with the same checks and balances that side opposition wants to point out. For those three reasons, and because we've won all three questions, and for my last ever IASAS debate speech, I have never ever been prouder to
All right, let's step off the stage so we can talk to Mike Chen. They're not going to carry on the live stream without the mic. Okay, so I'll go with Hannah. Thank you. That was it. Yeah, we're right there. Yeah, I showed everyone
final will soon begin. First of all, please do not take out your phone. Please keep it in your backpack somewhere. But second of all, you will not be allowed to enter or exit during the impromptu speeches. So if you want to enter, please enter right now. And if you want to leave, please leave right now. Now, please welcome. And now, please welcome Shakti.
Test.
When I was a kid, when I was small, fat, triple necks, rosy cheeks, and every time I laughed, my stomach would jump up and down like a bowling ball going down an alley, I was taught to believe by my parents that I could be anything. That I could be anything that I put my mind to. That I wasn't stuck into this one definition of who I was as a person. Growing up, I had always been loud. I had always laughed so hard until my stomach would hurt. I was always excited for the dumbest of things. I got excited for my favorite movie. I got excited when the ice cream truck rolled down the road. I got excited for my favorite book. I got excited for my ice cream truck and ice cream truck. I got excited for a lot of things. And so, as I grew older, this passion, this excitement within me, this genuineness, this part of me that's Shakti, that's little Shakti, went away. Everyone was pushing onto me this sticky definition of who I should be. When I say sticky, I mean a rigid version of yourself. When you're sticky, you try to be normal, you try to conform. When you're sticky, when people try to make you stick, they try to make you conform to this one version of yourself that's normal, that's not overly too loud, that's essentially boring. When I was growing older, I lost this version of me because a lot of people would call me out on this excitement, on this energy, on this shaktiness. I remember when I was growing up, a lot of kids would tell me to stay quiet. A lot of kids would give me side eyes. They would call me Dr. Doing Too Much, Mr. Too Hype, and that hurt me. I became insecure of who I was as a person. This sticky definition of this normality that everyone was trying to push onto me, stuck onto me. No pun intended, sticky. But this sticky definition stuck onto me, and I became insecure about a lot of things. I became insecure of the way I laughed. I became insecure of the way I cried, the way I got excited. I became insecure about being myself. I was sticky. I was forced to be normal, and I lost all sense of Shakti. And in a world where everyone tries to put you in a box, in a world where everyone tries to make you normal, I say you have to not be sticky. You have to be the opposite of sticky. You have to be loose. You have to be yourself. I made it this far because I was genuine to myself. I made it this far into finals because I was doing too much, because I was Mr. Too High. I made it this far because I was me. Looking at everyone in this audience as well, I could see that every single person here is doing too much. If you wouldn't be in the positions you are right now. You won't be sitting down and watching this. You won't be in such an experience where you could be free, where you could be yourself, and where you could be happy. And so, this little Shakti who had to hide everything from the world, who had to hide his true self, who had to hide this happy version of him, was sad. He was conformed and put into a box where he couldn't express himself, where he couldn't laugh loud, where he couldn't be excited, where he had to be sticky. And so I stand before you here today. If I don't medal, if I don't get gold, I won't be happy. Because the point is, I want to encourage all of you to be yourself. Every single one of people here in this room was given a special set of talents and genuinity when they were born. You were special. You have a unique set of talents that are specifically unique to you. Why try to be someone else? Why try to be sticky? And so, if I had a time machine and I could see that little small Shakti who had a big stomach, triple necks, rosy cheeks, I'd tell him, don't try to be sticky, try to be Shakti. Thank you very much.
Let's give another round of applause for Shakti.
Judges, the time was 4 minutes and 48 seconds. 28. Good. Okay.
Now, please welcome Louder.
Hi.
No matter how hard you try, doesn't matter what, doesn't matter when, life will be hard. Of course. But life isn't just hard. No. Life is hard. Square. Life, somehow, is always filled with waves. Not waves of yay and awe, but no, waves of yay and the perfect storm of horrid events. For some reason, life does not sit here. No, life goes up and life goes down. And when it goes down, let me tell you, it is a perfect storm of horror. There are many examples, and I'm going to give you a couple. The first, in fact, didn't happen now. No, it happened long ago. Many of you have gone to some sort of boring history class where they tell you about some old person who did some old thing a long time ago, and you can barely stay awake. Well, not me. See, I'm a nerd. I love that stuff. I love all the old people doing the old stuff. Who cares, you might ask? Me. So I was learning about the Silk Roads. Are they still in existence? Of course not. No. Why that is? And that is because of our perfect storm. Not because of one thing, not because of two things, but because of so many reasons that cause not the slow, kind dwindle, but no, the crashing halt of the Silk Roads. The first would be the losing of the Mongol Empire's power as Genghis Khan grew old. See, when he was a young man, he could take anyone. He had the sword, he was ready, I tell you.
But now, he's old. He's sitting back. He has a little chair, has a little milk. And he's happy. The second was the Black Death. Really happy title, isn't it? You just jump at joy with the Black Death. But no, the Black Death caused everyone to die. That's right. And along the Silk Road, the Black Death spread. That is why not one thing, but many things caused the collapse of the Silk Road. The second is really sad. Not sad for me, not sad for the judge. Sad for everyone in this room. High school. High school is hard. Let me tell you, from the resident high schooler nailing high school. I'm kidding, I'm failing my 3 classes. I barely have time to enjoy life. Man, high school is hard. But why? It's not because of classes. No, it's not because of friends. No, it's not because of hormones. No, it's because of all of them. Life wants to kick you when you're down, and when you're down, they don't stop. No, they just keep going. Because hormones make everything seem like the end. Grades make the end seem like the end. And friends make the end seem so much closer. Life is hard, and life, especially high school, is the perfect storm of hard. The last perfect storm is me, right here on this stage. And let me tell you, it is a perfect storm. I am not very calm right now. Man, my heart's beating a mile a minute. But why? I've gone literally every single day to a lunch meeting to practice speaking. I was chill. I had a little bit of food. I could speak. Nothing was bad. I've stood on stage a million times before. I've been acting. That wasn't that bad because I had 30 people around me. But no, it's both. It's the perfect storm. It is you needing to be on stage. It is you needing to be in front of your friends. Hello there. It is you needing to do something you've done a million times, one time. The perfect storm is not a saying that means, oh, you know, it was kind of hard. No, that was hard. That was hard again. That was hard again. That was hard again. There was smushed together hardness. And everything was impossible to do. Life throws you the perfect storm. And then it throws you a beautiful day. You can go sailing on your yacht. And then another storm comes. That's life. That's what happens. So when the perfect storm comes, don't groan. Don't say, I don't want to be in high school. I don't want to be speaking here. I don't want to be dying from Black Death. Maybe you don't want to be dying. You embrace it. You embrace that storm. You sail clear through and enjoy a sunny day. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause to a louder. When you're ready, please let me know.
Judges, the time was 5 minutes.
now, please welcome Jenny.
Okay. My speech will begin in 3, 2, 1. You there. Your eyes are a bit small, so are you Asian? And you, yes, you. Your nose is a tad bit wide. Are you maybe European? All my life, I've lived being constrained by stereotypes. These stereotypes, they're sticky. They stick to me, and I am always surrounded in this gel, sticky substance that I can't seem to get out of. For instance, I, much like a lot of you here, am a third culture kid. When I tell people I'm Korean, they go, "But you don't look like a K-pop idol," as if I'm supposed to look like some stunning beauty. Oh, then I say, "Yeah, I've lived in Singapore for 14 years, so I'm a bit tan." And they go, "But you don't have a Singaporean accent." Then I go, "Yeah, I go to an American school." And they go, "But you're not white." So then what am I? I don't know even either. But the thing is, I've lived my life feeling like I'm stuck in this sticky substance I can't get out of. A definition that society tries to define me by. But today, I'm here to tell you that we don't have to stick to these definitions. We, despite how sticky they are and want to restrain us and hold us back, we can strive further. My next example is Elle Woods in Legally Blonde. This is a girl who's, she's in this sorority. She's the prom queen. She drinks tequila, mocktails, everything by the beachside. She's seen as this pretty girl. What else can she be other than just partying? Then she goes to Harvard Law. Now, a lot of us know how hard it is to get into Harvard, and she goes despite not having the qualifications a lot of us might. She goes there, and despite the fact people see her as this definition of a party girl, and it sticks to her even there, she proves them wrong. She escapes. She demonstrates that she is more than just this pink blonde. She is much more. She saves an innocent woman from jail through her knowledge. She is the epitome of what it's like to get out of a definition that's sticky, to get out of the constraints and limitations we put on ourselves and society puts on us, strive further to show that we are much more than that. My last example is with Malala. In our society, historically, women have been suppressed. We've seen this through maybe women not being able to vote or gender wage gaps. But the thing is, even if we say that we have made a lot of progress, the fact is there are still restraints, there are still ways that women are being oppressed. In Afghanistan, Malala was suppressed by the Taliban. She wasn't allowed to get the education she rightfully deserved. And rather than stick to that stereotype of women as docile, as those who follow rules, she broke out of those rules. She demonstrated that even though she was shocked, she was going to do whatever it took to get her education. She was going to even fight further and prove that women should be allowed to have education. She is a demonstration of what it's like to stay out, to get out of that sticky definition and break out of that box. So today, I've given you 3 examples, my own life, and a lot of you guys here, because I'm sure you guys have been also stereotyped. I've given you Elle Woods, an example of what it's like to stick out there. And lastly, I've given you an example of Malala and the real world, how women are still pressed, that there are people trying to fight that stereotypes, much like ABGs. And I hope today, if you were to take anything away from all these speeches, it's that we cannot stay stationary. We have a sticky kind of lull, a barrier that surrounds us and puts us into this tiny little thing, a definition that we can't escape of. But we have to know, and we have to always try to escape it. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause for Benny. Now let's welcome Kalula.
3, 2, 1.
Judges ready? Audience ready? Yeah! 3, 2, 1. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. My annoying, irritating alarm started ringing in my head. It was a Tuesday morning, but we had no school because it was teacher inset. And trust me, while my teachers were there sad that they were having to learn, I was happy playing GTA and Red Dead Redemption 2. I was thinking, why is my alarm ringing this early? It was 9:32 a.m. My uncle actually was emanating that alarm from his old Nokia phone. And he was saying, you couldn't wake up, so I wanted to wake you up. And without my glasses, he looked like those custard shallow bells from Din Tai Fung, peeking through my door. And I asked him, yes, what is it? Why are you putting me in this sticky situation of having to wake up early when I don't have to? He says, I have a new car. I have a new wonderful car, and I wanted you to take a ride on it with your dog Trixie. The thing was, I was excited because my uncle had been saving up for a car for a long time, and he had finally got one. He's from my dad's side. So I take a ride into his car, and I hop in. I grab the handle, I open it wide, and I go in, I sit down, and I put my water bottle on the handle. To get water, I press the handle and... Wait, it's sticky. The handle of the water thing is sticky. If I'm to drink water from something that holds it, this little cup thing, and it's sticky, why would I indulge in such a drink? Why would I, a woman that had to get out of her bed instead of be in school, a woman to get out of her bed and be in this car, want to be in here if it's actually sticky and it's dirty and the windows are grimy and everything's really bad? I take a deep breath and I politely ask my uncle, do you have wipes? He says he does. And I wipe my hands and remove myself from that sticky situation. The thing with life is, it's not perfect, is it? It never is perfect. Everything in life isn't always that. I struggle with horrible OCD, or at least I used to, and every time I ever felt anything sticky on my hands, I wanted to go to the nearest bathroom and wash it all off because it was horrible. And calm down, Kalula, I tell myself. This isn't a horrible situation. You're not on fire. Your hands are just sticky from the popsicle you just ate. It's not that big of a deal, really. But the thing with life is, just like popsicles, it has good sides and bad sides, sticky situations and clean situations. And actually, a few days ago, my grandma passed away. Her funeral was on Tuesday, and the thing with that is her coffin, the top of it, was sticky from the flowers we had given. The pollen was emanating across the area, and the thing was I wanted to touch her face, but my hands would get sticky. So on the last day, when it wasn't only sticky from pollen, it was also sticky with tears, I held her face, I touched it, and I thought, if this is the last time I'll be seeing her, I don't care about how sticky my hands get, because I love my grandma. And she always cared about things like that. She loved popsicles, and she loved things of that sort, and she actually hated my uncle's sticky car, but
She loved me. And life isn't perfect because I wouldn't have expected to be burying her before IASAS, before going to Taiwan. But the thing is, the sticky situations we're faced with, that's all right. We'll still breathe a new day. My grandma isn't anymore, but the thing is, that's all right. Because I know that she always wanted to be with me. And I hope that she's right there in that aisle. She always loved sitting at the back of the auditorium. She said that the things on the side were less sticky there because people didn't want to sit there. And the fronts were a bit sticky. I like that about her. I like that just like me, she cared about cleanliness. Just like me, she had a little bit of OCD, and just like me, she was in a lot of sticky situations in life. But she conquered on. I'd say that funeral, I was in a sticky situation. But at the end of the day, I persevered. I carried on, and I'm here. I'm not sure if the speech is perfect. I'm not sure if the speech will land me in a sticky situation afterwards with tears, happy or sad, but I know that life carries on. Sticky situations will always happen. And no matter what, I'll always keep going. A car with sticky stuff will still keep going. A popsicle that makes you sticky will still be delicious. And I'll still be here. And life will still go on. And everything will be as it should be. And even if it isn't, that's all right. Thank you.
5 minutes and 1 second.
Let's give one more round of applause for Tallulah. And now, lastly, please welcome Aiden.
Hey, I'm just gonna do a quick mic test.
Alright, can y'all hear me from this one?
Yes.
Is this working? Oh yeah. Oh hey, no, how are you? activities, or rather it be my own personal goals, things that I want to do. And on a daily basis, it seems like there's almost this perfect storm of things that need to get done. A perfect environment that's set up for me to proceed with my life and end up doing what I want to do. And so today, I want to tell you a story about a time in my life when I was in a perfect storm. A situation where there were so many things going on for me that I felt the need to practically change entirely who I am. Now, for those of you who don't know, I used to be large. A little bit on the bigger side, to say the least. I had really, really long hair. And when I say really long hair, I mean long. I did not cut it for 3 years straight, not even a trim. So I was practically a different person than I am now. In fact, my iPhone considers me 2 different people. And so there was this perfect storm of things going on in my life. I knew that I wasn't happy with my identity. I knew I wasn't happy with how I looked, and I knew I wasn't happy with what I was getting done. I didn't feel like I was academically strong. I didn't feel like I was a strong-willed person, and I didn't really know who I was. I struggled with my identity a lot, including my gender, my sexuality, a whole lot of things, but that's a whole different story we don't need to get into. So there was this perfect storm going on, and I decided I needed to make a change. And today, my speech is going to be about how I implore you to find those times where there's so many things going on, to live in the moment and make the choice to define your own future. So in this perfect storm, all these things were happening, right? And I decided I needed to make this change. I stepped on the scale and I saw 106 kilos. That's how much I had weighed at the time. And I decided to make this change. Now, originally, it wasn't that healthy. My first solution was to stop eating a lot. Now, at my worst, I was down to 700 calories a day. I do not implore anybody to do this. It is not a great idea to just stop eating. I'm on much more calories now. You can ask Zach, who I'm rooming with. He's so mad at me tracking every little thing. But aside from the point, in this perfect storm, I had to find a solution. And although that was one at the time, I have since recovered from that. There was another time in my life where there was so much going on. Now, I have started to recently take some AP classes. I used to take some IB classes. I have a lot more academic stress. As a senior, I've been applying to colleges, and there is so much going on. And eventually, life became really stressful. And so I had to find a solution, a way to guide myself through this perfect storm. And so I decided to reach out to family and friends. They helped me work through some of the stress that I was experiencing, take little things off of my back that I felt like weighed me down. So when there's all these things going on, when there's this perfect storm, you can reach out to people. You can find ways to move forward with your life. And often it empowers us more than demeaning us. Because that's why a lot of people are actually scared to reach out in the first place. Now, I have a friend back in the USA, and this friend had a lot going on in their life. They had recently gone through a surgery, and they were struggling with substance abuse. It got to a point where for 2 months straight, they didn't go a night sober. Now, when I went back to visit this summer, they decided to talk to me about it. And the reason they decided to talk to me about it was because the night that I had spent with him was the first night he hadn't had anything to drink or smoke. He said talking to you, being with you, being around people again after his surgery just made him feel human. Although there was this perfect storm going on in his life, although there were all these things that he was stressed about, he found someone he could reach out to. He found a situation where he felt he could finally move forward with his life again, and he's doing so much better now. So I implore you, when life gets stressful, when you feel like you're in this perfect storm, this conglomeration of things going on, find the path you feel develops your future. Reach out to people if you have to. By all means, keep moving forward. Thank you.
503.
Let's give another round of applause for Aiden.
About 10 minutes.
gotta get a confirmation from school. Okay, I'm gonna do this one first because I almost forgot them on the first day. So SAS, where are you? You're all here. All right, let's go ISB next. Let's go ISM. You're all Yes, we're here. And finally, and closest to my heart, yes, we're here. And finally, ISKL, because you're leaving last tomorrow. ISKL. I reserve the right to be at one school on every single time I'm here. Reserve that right. I'm going to be framing my arguments. All right, here we go. Okay, first off, big celebration to all of you. Give everyone here, give yourselves one last round of applause. All right, everyone who this is their last IASAS, even though we did it at the opening, we're going to do it again at the closing. If this is your last IASAS speech and debate, which is actually it's your first speech, it's everyone's first speech and debate, because this is the first speech and debate, because it was forensics and debate before this. So if this is your last speech and debate, please stand up. All right. Coach, all the coaches, please stand up. You have all put in numerous hours of time and prep work and frustration and joy with your students, and you are all amazing for doing that, because it's hours upon hours. All right. Students, you have put in hours of joy and time and frustration and work to be here, and you have all done a wonderful job as well. May I have the AICs all come up here to help me hand out medals, please? All right, let's start out with debate. We're going to start with the top 10 best speakers. All right? No, we're going to start with debate. I'm just going by what the slides say. What? All right, top 10 speakers. Luckily for me. All right, number 10, Duncan Fitzgerald. Number 9, Valerie Wong from TAS. that, you know. Number 5, Pam the board for Yeah, so beyond 3, no, I'm gonna mess this up, but beyond 3, a room for So when I call it, give it a yell and scream and everything else, but let me get the names out so they come up and then you can yell and scream when they get up here. Okay. So when I show, basically when I show this, start coming up because you know your friends in the audience aren't going to let me talk, they're all just going to cheer. So just start, when you see it come up, just start walking up. All right, at number 3. Number 2. It's like the, you know, the Oscars a couple years ago? That's what that's like. Okay, we're gonna back this up. Just repeat. Number 3, Ella Woman from ISB. Number 2, Denise Schreiner from SAS. And number 1. Congratulations. Did you get enough pictures? All right. No, we'll just stage something on Monday before here. All right. And second place. And fifth coach as well. Don't forget Coach MC. Thank you. And our winner for Exempt, so please bring out the medals and the plaque. Congratulations. Good job, good job. All right, next up, we have oral interpretation. Coaches, don't forget to come up as well. In third place, we have in second place.
impromptu. Last?
Well, almost last. All right, here we go. In third place. All right, thank you. In second place. All right, thank you. All right, and now, first place. All right, before we go to the next one, we gotta back up a step here. Can I have the ISM, SAS, and ISB debate, just the coaches? Coaches come up, because you guys need your medals here. So come on up. Second place, SAS, and first place, ISB. AICs can go on down if they want. All right, next up, we have our 4-year IASAS. Now, when these individuals started this, we were in mid-pandemic, or towards the end of it. These individuals all participated on the online version of speech of forensics and debate back then. And as seniors, this is their 4th one. Please, when I call them up, I'm going to big round of applause. I think it is an amazing achievement anytime someone is a 4-year IASAS participant in any of our IASAS activities or athletics or anything. It says a lot about the person. It says a lot about their dedication to the activity. It also says a lot about them participants. And for me, this is kind of cool because I'm usually as probably like you know, at athletics as a tennis coach. We haven't had any 4-year people because we didn't have tournaments for a few years in a while. So here we go. From Jakarta, Kyle Zachary Lee. From ISM, Margarine Ringmakers and Neil White Maxwell. From ISB, Nami and Ella. All right, 4 years, 7 4-year IASAS, congratulations. All right, so we had about 8 or 9 Spirit of IASAS nominees. The AICs and I talked about them, went through them. You know, some are very nice and people want to say like, oh, this person's been really nice to me, or they reach out and everything else, which is all very kind. But it's a pretty high bar to get the Spirit of IASAS, right? So we have 2 I'd like to mention as honorable mentions, and we have 1 winner this year, right? So honorable mention number 1, we have a student from ISM nominate Carrie. Carrie was our guard on the 4th floor on Thursday and Friday. Right? She had the difficult job of asking students to be quiet, telling students and some adults, no, you can't go down the bathroom down this way. She took a lot of tough work, but always with a smile on her face, always jokingly. She also has to put up with me up there, which is tough to do, and she did. And so that's honorable mention number 1 for Carrie. Honorable mention number 2 goes to someone who is in the audience, who on Thursday did a lot of things. Even though this person was not feeling well, the person came in right away, helped out with OI, retrained all my timers right away, which I was like, where were you last week? Because I really could use it. Made sure those rooms were set to go, helped me out greatly. Went even further then, was sick, upset stomach, not feeling well, feeling very unwell, yet still rebounded from being sick to judge in the afternoon, and just continued with his great attitude this entire tournament, right? He was nominated by another coach who was very thankful for him being there. When I saw that nomination, I said, yeah, I'm second it because he's helped me a ton. So, Mr. Connor Duffy, honorable we have another one. We had, for Spirit IASAS, we had, so Thursday we had a student get very ill at the beginning of the tournament. Unfortunately, that student had to go to the hospital for a little while. It was found out that The reason why is probably an allergic reaction, right? So that set off a chain of events. This student can no longer stay in the house where she's being hosted. What does that mean now? For me, that means working with the AIC from her school, I now need to contact one parent, take one individual out of one home, switch with another individual who's already in another home, and have them trade places, right? Hugely, a huge task in itself. Also, we all host IASAS. And you guys are in NTS houses right now. A lot of them are very small. A lot of our families, very busy time of year. We just did swimming. Next week, we're doing a track meet. So this community is being taxed with a lot of housing. I had 2 TS teachers whose kids have graduated. They don't even have any kids in their house anymore. And I went to them last week and I said, you think you could host 3 kids for me? Because you have this big house. And without skipping a beat, they said, well, how about yes? Well, unfortunately, one school had a student who had to drop out, so they only ended up with 2 people. So I went down, I walked out working with the other AIC, coming up with a plan. And I happened to walk across our courtyard and see a gentleman named Eric Johnson. He's the host. And his wife, Stacy Johnson. And I said, Eric, do you have a dog? Yes. All right, never mind. He goes, but it's a little dog, and it doesn't have fur, it has hair, it's hypoallergenic. Really? Would you host 2 more girls for a total of 4 kids? Without skipping a heartbeat, he said, yes, we got you. So, Eric and Stacy Johnson didn't just step up to host, they stepped up in an emergency and hosted 4 individuals. They're not here tonight, but we've decided, yes, they deserve a spirit of IASAS for that. I will give an honorable mention also to Cynthia Wu, who was the original host of the 2 girls, because she right away, like first she stepped up to host late too, but she right away helped out a ton and said, yep, my driver will take them to my place, get all their stuff, and drive them to the new house, saving all of us time, not having to take Ubers back and forth with people too, so an honorable mention for her as well. All right, and last thing before we go and have dinner, second to last thing, because I guess it's good, before we have dinner, there's a lot of people who make this happen. There's a lot that goes on. These are big events. Most do it quietly in the background. So I want to thank our sincere staff. Those are our cleaners who have been going in and picking up after everybody else. They're also the ones who do the room setup. They took all the desks and put all the desks back in the rooms and everything else. They had to do everything up and down. I'd also like to thank our food services people who have been keeping the coaches' room stocked with food, who have been preparing you dinner right now. I'd like to thank Toby and Adele for live streaming today and being at the opening ceremony as well. I'd like to thank James, who's back there. There's a huge round of applause because he's the only tech person here today because everyone else is off. And so he's been making sure the microphone works and everything else is going hugely well. So thank you, James. Huge round of applause. I'd like to thank Dr. Souble and Mr. Williams for being site managers and helping this run so smoothly. Dr. Souble is great at keeping me organized and reminding me of things when I'm running around doing stuff. She's known me for quite a while. Mr. Williams does as well, and he does a great job running the tournament in the background and also making sure things go smoothly. There's a zillion people I'm also forgetting, but also last and certainly not least, I'd like to thank Ms. Chen and Ms. Lin. Ms. full-time boss in my office. She tells me what to do. Miss Chen is my boss who comes in the afternoon and tells me what to do. Everything that's gone on today, all the food, the library, when people came to me and like, the library's locked, our stuff's up there, we can't get our stuff. They're the ones that made sure it got unlocked. They've run around and made sure this whole show has gone on well. So a big round of applause for that. So departure times tomorrow. We got some winners, and we got some, we'll call them not winners. Okay. So, leaving from TAS to the airport tomorrow morning. ISM in Jakarta, you guys have pulled the early straw. Your buses will leave here at 6 a.m. So be here at 5:55. 6 a.m.